Is that the same thing? Yes, Sunday? Yes. The first calendar? Oh, I got it.
That's in the Black History Museum in DC. Stephanie?
Take the roll.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Cogill.
Present.
Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Meyer.
Present.
Commissioner Vita.
Present.
Commissioner French.
Here.
Commissioner Forney. Here. Vice President Hassan.
Here.
President Bourne.
Here.
You have a quorum.
You would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the agenda with the one caveat that we have Resolution 2019-312 coming up from committee? Is there any discussion on the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor of the agenda with the addition of 2019-312 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the agenda carries. I would entertain a motion for the minutes of August 21st.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of the minutes, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. I'm very excited for reports of officers. I saw some pretty cool pieces of equipment. So turning over to reports of officers, Superintendent Bangor.
Thank you, President Ward, Commissioners. So we'll start with, and welcome everybody. So we'll start with athletics, aquatics, and ice arenas. So youth sports, the youth football kickoff classic last Sunday was a success with 9 teams participating and 185 kids weighed in for the season. Weigh-ins continue through the week with the first youth football game on Saturday, September 7th. 4 games are scheduled at North Commons Park and will be part of the Battle of the Badges event. So we're really excited about football season beginning in Park and Recreation. So Recreation volunteers on Saturday, August 31st, volunteer coordinator Nicole Zappel was part of the U of M's Freshman Welcome Week Community Engagement Day. She gave a series of 5 25-minute presentations to incoming students in order to get them interested in and excited about the idea of volunteering and community engagement as part of their undergraduate experience. 360 students signed up to attend the NPRV session. Aquatics will be transitioning indoors after Labor Day, and we are excited as Phillips Aquatic Center PAC will kick off the school year with swim lessons, a women's only swim time sponsored by Hennepin County Sheriff's Department, and we are introducing indoor log rolling at PAC, and the Minneapolis Public Schools girls swim team is training and competing 6 times per week. Ice arenas. 20 youth from the Coyle Center had a free field trip to Parade Ice Arena and got to ice skate. This opportunity was funded by the Barbara Lupian Family Foundation. Golf. MPRB golf leagues finished up last week with almost 900 participants at all of our 7 golf courses. Leagues ran for 19 weeks during the spring and summer months. Leagues consisted of men's and women's and senior leagues. And then the fall aeration process has started and will be finishing up in the next couple of weeks. Core aeration is critical to turf health and performance, and aerating when grass is at its peak health will encourage quick recovery and minimize surface disruption. Okay, recreation centers and programs. Vanessa Gill has started as the new full-time service community school coordinator. Her first day was September 3rd, and she'll be working out at Bethune Community School. The new Walter Diesick Recreation Innovation Grants funded senior programs for fall. Programs funded included a Nature Connection program at Loring and Matthews for $7,220. Nokomis painting programs for $2,370. Elliott's Seniors Experience Program for $4,500. And Fuller Program with Community Ed for $10,625. And North Commons Wellness Program for $7,600. We're really excited about the DEXA funds and the good work that's doing in the community. Youth development. Therapeutic Recreation had a fun and busy summer, starting with the joint barbecue hosted by NPRB with Community Ed that had 25 adults with disabilities in attendance at Minnehaha Falls. Summer activities for children and adults included 14 inclusion facilitators provided support for children with disabilities in preschool, Rec Plus athletic swim lessons, environmental programs, camps, and other recreation programs. Sensory items called the Calming Box was provided at all Rec Plus programs, and the items got used almost daily at our parks. The Sense Tent was provided at all 6 kids' concerts and at 3 Sunday concerts at Lake Harriet Bandshell. That exposed hundreds of concert goers to the items and provided a space for community members to soothe or stimulate their senses during the musical event. A new Special Olympics bocce ball team competed in the area competition in July. There were 8 weeks of practice at Beltrami Park that led to the Special Olympics area competition in St. Louis Park. MPRB's team was named the Flaming Tigers, named by the participants. Pretty cool name. Staffing and a space for children with autism along with their siblings was provided at the Coyle Center. 10 of the 20 kids played and had fun being active each week during the 8-week program. Extremely proud of those programs, so congratulations on that. Community outreach. The annual Minneapolis Bike Tour will be taking place Sunday, September 15th, with the start time at 8 o'clock a.m. The multiple course ride will start and end at the beautiful Boom Island Park. And if you go on the website, you always see the wonderful flyer that talks about the bike tour, and we're so excited again this year to have the tour. I'm hopefully going to participate. So update on the Bryant Avenue South pedestrian bridge over Minnehaha Creek. During the city's biennial bridge inspections performed on all bridges across the city, the inspector discovered a bridge bearing plate at the south abutment of the pedestrian bridge over Minnehaha Creek and Bryant Avenue South. Had become dislodged and was not performing as originally designed. As a result, the lead bridge inspector for the city suggested that the pedestrian bridge be closed to all use as soon as possible. NPRB staff responded to the closure request and closed the bridge on August 7th, 2019. The bridge has and will remain closed until repairs can be completed, and the NPRB's bridge structural engineer consultant deems the bridge safe to use. Repair and bridge reopening. NPRB's bridge structural engineer consultant evaluated the failed bearing plate identified by the inspection team and has prepared bridge repair bidding documents that will be released this week for bidding. The goal is to have the contractor on site making the repairs by the end of October 2019 and reopening the bridge as soon as possible after repairs are made. The bridge was constructed in 1930, is over 230 feet in length, and was last renovated in 2009. The 2009 renovation included lead paint abatement, minor steel truss repairs, and repainting and replacing the wood deck system. The most recent bearing plate failure was not renovated as part of the 2009 bridge work. So forestry. The forestry department has acquired battery-powered chainsaws, which I will now present. A little something to change it up a little bit. But battery-powered chainsaws, thanks to a cost-sharing grant from the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. The grant was created to incentivize equipment use that reduces emissions of volatile organic compounds. The reduction in emissions and sound will help improve customer service. So we're extremely proud of this as we continue to talk about our environmental impact and our carbon footprint. So this is just an example. Of course, I would not start this. That would not be good. But it's a wonderful chainsaw. And it has actually dust in it, so the staff have been using it. And it's been really a great tool for our staff, so we're very proud of it. So that is my display for the day. We can pass this around later. But don't start it. So, pools and beaches report. All pools have closed after Labor Day. MPRB has 64 total wading pools, water parks and splash pads, and outdoor swimming pools. It has been an incredible pool season. Staff have done a fantastic job, which I cannot say enough, a fantastic job this year, and we're proud to report that an average of over 90% of our wading pools were open each week throughout the summer. Congratulations on that. That is fantastic. MPRB tracked pool openings all summer on a public-facing dashboard, and here in front of you is the data and graphic to represent the season. Every year, MPRB has a select number of pools that are under construction or closed for the year's pending repair. MPRB experiences a lower percentage that are open in the early summer due to breaks and leaks that are discovered in the early spring as water is churned on. Pipes freezing and winter exposure breaks must be fixed, and they are and the percentage of open pools increases through the summer. So we might start low, but we definitely increased. We're also proud to report that the Weber Natural Swimming Pool was never closed completely for water quality issues. Whew. There were 2 weeks, yeah, get a hand for that one, right? There were 2 weeks where the upper wading pool was closed for a few days, but the large pool was always open, making this the most successful year of the Weber Natural Swimming Pool. A special thanks to all the staff that have worked so hard on this. So congratulations and wonderful news on Weber Pool. So proud of that. Beaches, water quality, safety. So just give you a brief moment and we'll read through this. To protect public health, the MPRB monitors the water at the beaches for E. coli, which is a bacteria that can be an indication of health risk for swimmers. Beaches are monitored weekly from June through August. Elevated bacterial levels in MPRB lakes usually occur as a result of stormwater runoff, rain events, and typically return to normal levels within 24 to 48 hours. The presence of waterfowl on beaches can also increase bacterial levels. Beaches close if the water sample does not meet the state Minnesota's guidelines. Unfortunately, the MPRB has an unusually high number of beach closures in 2019 due to elevated bacteria levels. In the 16-year history of the beach bacteria monitoring program, there has never been more than 1 or 2 beaches closed at the same time. To date, in 2019, we have already received as much rain as we would in the entire 12 months period, and wet conditions are expected to continue. 2019 is on track to be the second wettest year on record. Previously, 2014 was the second wettest year on record. The increased rainfall has an impact on our beach bacteria levels and lead to several beach closings throughout the summer. In 2019, there were as many as 6 MPRB beach closures. 4 of these closures are a result of the MPRB's regular E. coli monitoring program on our proactive action to protect public health. Those beaches include Bedeh-Makaska, 32nd Street, Bedeh-Makaska, Thomas Beach, Worth, and Hiawatha. No illness have been reported at these beaches. There were 2 beaches closed at Lake Nokomis on August 13th due to reports of illness to the Minnesota Department of Health. The closure at Lake Nokomis was caused by a specific type of E. coli that is not discoverable through routine water quality monitoring. Both Nokomis beaches were closed on August 13th at the request of the Minnesota Department of Health. According to the Minnesota Department of Health, after September 5th, 3 incubation periods will have passed since the last reported exposure date, and patrons again can enter the water. However, our beach season ended on Labor Day, which means guards are no longer on duty and all swimming docks and buoys are being removed throughout the system. So that was my lengthy explanation, so I hope that gives some context to what has happened at our beaches this year. Environmental management. This Sunday, September 7th, is the 11th annual Minneapolis Monarch Festival at Lake Nokomis. Participants will tag and release monarch butterflies and will celebrate monarchs through art, education, dance, music, and native plants. NPRB Environmental Management is the lead for this event. Major partners are the Nokomis East Neighborhood Association and the Monarch Joint Venture. We receive significant event funding from the Minnesota State Arts Board and the U.S. Forest Service. An estimated 8,000 to 10,000 people will participate this year. The festival runs from 10 a.m. to 4 o'clock p.m., and details are at www.monarchfestival.org. And a quick video of the festival is at https, of course, vimeo.com/323478570. You can get that on our website, of course, and so I know you won't remember that, but we're really excited about the event, and it's going to be great this year. And a few more items. Bede-Makaska Parkway and Park Road's name change. So the United States Post Office has confirmed to NPRB staff that our submittal to directly change addresses for properties on the Parkway and Park Roads has been implemented. This means the Post Office recognizes Bede-Makaska as the new name for the parkways and park roads addressed in the recently passed ordinance. The Post Office also noted that it will retain the former name in a database as it has done for the many other street name changes that occur each year. Staff is also coordinating directly with the City of Minneapolis, Centerpoint, Excel, and Hennepin County to facilitate the address changes. And I believe this is the last. Yeah, this is the last. I would at this time like to call up Pamela Gochmeyer. Step up to the dais, please. So, welcome, Pamela. So I'm pleased to introduce Pamela Gochmeyer, who started last week as the Intergovernmental Relations Administrator. I think it's been 2 weeks, right? A month almost, yes. Seems like, yeah, a month, sorry. Pamela, it's terrible. But Pamela brings nearly 30 years of intergovernmental relations administration experience with her, including PricewaterhouseCoopers in Washington, D.C., and PricewaterhouseCoopers, KPMG, Ernst & Young, and Deloitte in Minneapolis, Minnesota. She joins us most recently from Winthrop and Weinstein in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And so areas of responsibility: responsible for working closely with the superintendent, board of commissioners, general counsel, lobbyists, and other leadership positions to develop and manage cross-jurisdictional agendas, identify common interests, and develop collaborative relationships with other local government entities in support of the NPRB with general direction from the NPRB superintendent. So I just wanted to introduce Pamela today and to welcome her and say that it's been a great month, not 2 weeks. It's great to have you. So if you can say a few things about yourself. I know you have 2 wonderful boys, and if you want to.
Yeah, so I have a new freshman at the University of Minnesota, a son, and I have a second son that is a senior at Edina High School. I'm sad to see one leave, but at least he's close by. And they're both cross-country runners, so they have competed since moving here. Actually, they did the Park and Rec program, and that's how they got a taste for running. So I was grateful for that, as are they. And yeah, I lived in D.C. for 12 years and worked at the federal government level, and then at the state government level here in Minneapolis for 5 years. And I'm looking forward to working with the park board and our local government partners. So thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Welcome. Thank you. So I believe that's all I have, President Bourne and commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Commissioner Musich, followed by Commissioner French for questions of the Superintendent. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. With the beach closure no longer being required by the Minnesota Department of Health, we have a lot of people that do train in that lake even when there aren't lifeguards. Will we be sending out gov delivery notices to the public notifying them of this change? Will we be removing the unsightly caution tape and signage and all of the safety things that we put in place to stop people from getting sick, that now that the threat of that has passed?
President Board, Commissioner Mishit, yeah, I believe we are. I don't know if, we are doing exactly what you asked. I did get a head nod from Jeremy.
Okay.
So I was very clear that they were going to remove all of the signs and, of course, tape and
Excellent.
everything exists, yes.
If I could get an update on when that's happening, because when I drove past today, I noticed they were still up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner French, did you have a question for the superintendent? No? Moving on to the consent agenda, I would entertain a resolution for, entertain a motion for resolutions 2019-306 through 308. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion, I didn't see who had their light on first. Commissioner
sorry.
Forney?
I'd like to pull 2019-308, because I will be recusing myself.
2019-308 has been pulled. Any other discussion on the remainder of the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, those carry. On resolution 2019-308 has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion and the secretary will note a recusal from Commissioner Forney. All those in favor of 2019-308, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
No?
Abstentions? The motion carries. Moving on to reports of committees. Chair Forney.
On behalf of the Planning Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2019-283, a resolution approving the charge and slate of a Community Advisory Committee for Parks for All, the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board 2021 Comprehensive Plan. The board president anticipates requesting that this action be divided. See attached legal memo for additional guidance.
2019-283 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
2019-283 has been moved and seconded for, at this point, I would entertain a motion to separate the, question, to approve the charge and slate and to refer the, to approve the charge and composition and to refer the staff advised slate back to the planning committee. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to entertain that as a division of the question. Is there any discussion on dividing the question? Commissioner Musich.
I guess I'd like an explanation as to why we're dividing and separating the motion rather than considering it as a whole.
I can go over it on a brief level. I think council may have some pieces to add. In going over the community engagement policy, there was quite a bit of conversation last week about ensuring that we followed our community engagement policy. Page 11 of 18 on our community engagement policy pretty clearly states the order of operations that need to occur to establish a community advisory committee. This resolution that's coming forward does not comply with our community engagement policy. And the reference, it's item 3 under the establishment of community engagement policy, community advisory committees. When required, a CAC shall be established using the following procedures. There's some other language, but the clear order of operations is that 9 commissioners will appoint members to the CAC. The Board of Commissioners will approve a charge to create the CAC so it exists. Right now, we have nothing to appoint to because the committee we have not created a committee. The second step is that 9 members will appoint commissioners, or will appoint appointees to serve on the CAC. And the final step is following those commissioner appointments, the staff will bring forward a slate of recommended participants to augment those appointees. The language isn't, if the language said may or could, we would be having a different conversation, but the language is actually pretty strong and spells out a pretty clear order of operations. Worked with council and our planning assistant superintendent. If there's anything, council, that you would like to add, or if I covered that in its entirety.
Mr. President, no, I think you've covered it. I think the reason, any member under Robert's Rules of Order can ask for a division of a question if there are two parts to a motion that are separate. I looked at one is the charge, one is the appointment. There are two different actions that you're taking. So any member really can request as a matter of right the division of the question if there are two different questions, and I do think there are two different aspects of the resolution before the body.
And then it would be my intention, based on previous conversations from the board expressing a desire to get this done diligently, is first we follow our process, which is creating the CAC. Then commissioners have something to appoint to. If commissioners do not make their appointment by the beginning of November, or excuse me, the beginning of October, it would be my intent to bring forward another resolution requesting that anybody that has not made their appointment surrender their appointment to that CAC, so that staff can follow our policy and bring forward a recommended slate of appointees.
So is the intention then to have the second piece of this motion be tabled until such a time as all the commissioners have made appointments or surrendered their appointments?
It would be referred back to committee.
Referred back to committee rather than tabling, why?
Because it's a question that would best come back through the planning committee. If there were some very specific requests from commissioners that we follow our community engagement process, it would be normal that this slate would first come up through committee.
Okay, thank you for the explanation.
Commissioner Forney?
Yes, I appreciate the clarification of our community policy that the order of operations, and being that the order of operations indicates that the board commissioners did need to get their appointments in, and they didn't. If I'm hearing what you're saying, you feel that there has been a breach in that process. I think, the first question is board members need to make their appointments, and I'm not hearing any assurance that this is going to occur. The next thing is that it says here that there's something attached, yet I don't see any attachment. So I think that it's prudent for us to have a copy of what it is that you're referring to before we can even remotely discuss it or vote on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. The attachment is a legal memo sent by council. I believe that was sent out to all commissioners and was...
When? We have not seen anything.
Secretary Ringgold?
President Bourne, commissioners, let me confirm. My understanding is it was attached to the action, so let me check.
And then just to clarify before we go into open time, there is no committee for commissioners to make appointments to yet. The Board of Commissioners need to create that committee through an action. So any appointments that have happened so far are premature because there's nothing to appoint to. So once we take that action and create that committee, there will then be a body to appoint to. Moving into open time, 5:30 p.m. is our public testimony for community to interact with the Minneapolis Park Board. We take public testimony on virtually any topic. This is our point to. This is our opportunity to hear from constituents and community members about issues that are important to you that you'd like to make sure that the board is giving attention to. There are just a couple of guidelines that we ask for folks during open time. We have 15 minutes for a total of public testimony. So I'll be allocating, we have a little bit under 15 speakers without giving a count. I'm going to give each speaker 2 minutes. When you come to the dais, you'll be asked to give your name and, if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. There's only two items that we don't hear at open time. Those are items around personnel issues and pending litigation. If you have input on that, the board would very much like to hear that, but the most appropriate way to bring that forward is to commissioners or our executive staff directly, and all of our information can be found on our website. So that said, our first speaker that I have signed up is Kirky Otto. Kirky, if you're if you're here this morning, or is it Carol Schreier? Is that, okay, so Carol Schreier, if you would state. Schreier, excuse me. If you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Carol Schreier, 4949 Thomas Avenue South. I'm a member of the Men's and Women's Garden Club of Minneapolis and a 15-year park board volunteer at the gardens at Lyndale Park. And I'm here with my fellow volunteers. You can see all the blue t-shirts. We're here to really share our concerns with what we have experienced as increasing destruction, primarily by hammockers, people who use hammocks within the gardens. And it's destruction of trees. There's been some incidents of arson, and we are quite serious gardeners, as you can see from the handout, the kind of time and dedication that we put in. And so, in addition to bringing our concerns, we have recommendations for you. And I think our main recommendation is that the park board policies need to be promulgated, and then they need to be enforced. And the enforcement of them is really very lax and very disappointing to us. So 53 seconds, okay?
Is that the end of your comments?
No, I mean, I
excuse me.
had a whole lot of comments, which I'm trying to edit here on my feet. There are many concerns. We really understand the issue of trying to balance use, enjoyment, pleasure in all the parks, with also not destroying them. But I've worked down there for 15 years in the last 3 years, and this year in particular, we're also seeing, we were there this morning, and we're seeing people sleeping overnight in the parks, which also tell us that there is no patrolling going on, because people are supposed to be out of there between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. So I guess that's all I have to say. But please see if you can attend to some of this, because we love those gardens. And if you haven't been down to see them, please come and see them.
Thank you, Carol. I'm going to refer you to Assistant Superintendent Barrick. He might be able to answer any specific operation questions that you would need tonight. Jeremy, can you raise your hand one more time? Thank you, Commissioner Musich. If you have something written that you didn't get through all of your comments, you can give to Ms. Summers. We did. Oh, perfect. Okay, and the board will receive those all there. So thank you. And then Ms. Otto, just to confirm, you do not plan on speaking. Is that? No, Carol spoke before us. Okay. The next speaker I have is Colleen Kepler. Is Colleen here? Welcome, Colleen. If you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes to address the board, and welcome.
I'm Colleen Kepler from the Fulton neighborhood. I read the Park Board's letter of opposition to the proposed conservation district in the West Calhoun neighborhood. First, this resolution is on the consent agenda, and that is typical for routine matters. This is far from routine, and it does not belong on the consent agenda. It is not routine for the Park Board to assert control over properties that are in close proximity to a park feature. The MPRB doesn't share a property line with these neighbors. When does this action shift from warranted oversight to outright bullying and taking away the tool of a conservation district that every Minneapolis property owner has the right to pursue? This is an area that's already 70 to 80% renter, and new construction will drive that number higher. In his letter, Mr. Bourne wrote that the MPRB supports policies that protect housing options. In the 26 properties in this district, they represent a housing option that's rapidly vanishing. There are only 50 homes in the neighborhood of over 1,000 housing units. By disrupting these residents from establishing a conservation district to protect their endangered small-scale homes and green spaces, you are not protecting housing options. What you are protecting is lucrative park dedication fees. To give you an example, across the street, there's a 200-unit apartment building going in called Lake House. The park dedication fees on that 8-story building come to $310,000. The luxury living that they are selling includes 373 underground parking spaces. It seems density will bring cars, lots of them, and they will be idling in chronic traffic and polluting our lakes and parks. So I guess my only other comment is related to the sod. You know, if the park board is really intent on commenting on this conservation district, where are they when we're building all these buildings within the sod? Where are they protecting our environment and livability in those situations?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. If there's any comments, that again, you can submit them to Don Summers and we can have a full written record. Our next speaker is Tim Wilkery or Wilken. Is Tim here this evening? I'll come back because I might not be reading the name correctly. Mike Tilleman. Mike, if you would come forward, state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes and welcome.
Sure. My name is Mike Tillman. I live at 1244 Lakeview Avenue, Minneapolis, and I'm here representing Minneapolis Community Clay Courts. And I think sometimes people come here with concerns or asks, but today I wanted to come up here and offer thanks to the board for being really good to work with and also to staff on our project. And just to give you a brief update, we finished the donation agreement, as you know, to build 2 clay courts at Waveland Triangle in July. The donation agreement was completed, and the Waveland Triangle is on the consensus for the Southwest Area Master Plan. And we have obtained a successful contractor and bid, which we're excited about. So we're moving on with a kickoff event for the next phase of the project, which is fundraising to raise the money. And we're viewing this kickoff event as more of a fundraiser. And it'll be in early October. We're going to hold it at Minneapolis Country Club so people can experience what it is to play on clay tennis courts. And we will follow up with you. Part of this kickoff event is to celebrate and offer thanks for the people who have helped us get as far as we have. So we'll be in touch individually, and if people want to come do that celebration with us and maybe see what it's like to play on clay tennis courts, we would welcome you to come and join with us. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike. Carolyn Bashtick. Carolyn, if you would come forward, state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Carolyn Bastick, 3558 Knox Avenue North. I live on Falwell Park, and this summer we have been terrorized by large groups of teenagers gathering in our park. There has been fighting, drug use, weapons have been present on occasion, illegal activity occurring in the bathrooms. They've had to be closed early, kids climbing on the roof of those bathrooms, and the police have been called many, many times. People are fearful of going to our park, and we are beginning to lose participation in some of our programs. So last week an emergency meeting was called on the 27th entitled Reclaim Falwell Park. Present at that meeting were representatives from the Park Board, the police, the Falwell Neighborhood Association, Philippe Cunningham's office, and also various youth-oriented community organizations, including A Mother's Love. And while this is a deeply complex social problem, we were all agreed on one thing. Falwell Park has always lacked adequate lighting that would make our park safe and would deter criminal activity. Commissioner Severson was unable to attend our meeting, but he sent along a message. What could he do to help? My response to Cale was, give us light, most especially on the area of the park known as the Hill. This is where the toilet building is, where all the main paths merge, and during the winter months, those paths are very icy and treacherous because you cannot see. Our phase 1 of our improvement plan does not include, to be clear, lighting for this dangerous area of our park. If we are to reclaim our park, we need light, and we need it now. Who should I speak to? I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Carolyn. You brought up two topics. I'm going to refer you to one person that then may be able to help get to your second point. I'm going to refer you to Assistant Superintendent Schroeder for planning.
Yep.
He can help with the lighting questions, and then Chief Ohado on the safety issues. And Michael will introduce you to Chief Ohado.
So Schroeder is here, and
Chief Ohado is the one that looks like the police officer.
Excellent, wonderful. And by the way, I want you to know that I have been here before, and you have a process here that did not work today. I called ahead on Friday, the 30th, to get on the list in the hope that I would go first. And when I arrived today, I was not on the list. So I've asked somebody to follow up on that, because we should be able to count on that process working. I appreciate your time.
We'll make sure that we will. Thank you, Carolyn. Our next speaker is Lisa Clemens. Lisa, I think I saw you back there. Lisa, if you would come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. And you have 2 minutes to address the board, and welcome.
So I took my time, and then we have another block of time to talk about Falwell. I'm Lisa Clemens. I'm the founder of A Mother's Love. These are some of my team members wearing all them bright colors. But we really came up here today to, I'm citywide, but I live in Brooklyn Park. We came up here to say thank you. You gave us an opportunity through the Walt Dietzig funds to do an initiative in your parks this summer. We started at Harrison with our girls group. We wanted to start girls 14 to 17. But what we got was a lot of moms who had kids as young as 8 who wanted them to be in our program. So we lowered it to 8 to 15. We talked to our girls about loving thyself and self-worth, eliminating self-defeating messages. We were blessed to do a field trip to North Commons Park, where our kids learned African dance. We played basketball at North Commons, tic-tac-toe, did artwork, Connect 4. Some of the topics we discussed, in addition to loving thyself, was relationship building. We talked about friendships and how they affect how we do things. We did role reversals where we were them and they were us, and it was exciting and fun to watch. We had domestic violence conversations, and we talked about social media predators. We brought in the MPD navigators to talk about that. Our young girls were blessed to get $25 gift cards, compliment of the Walt Dietzig funds. They got books from Lehman Riley. He's an author here locally in Minneapolis. He does Papa Lemon's books. And graduated from North High. And our older girls got $25 cash. From that, our girls helped us create our mothers group conversations, and that was my development, my acceptance. But if I can just get a couple of seconds and I'll finish quick. They talked about being daughters in the community and not feeling like we care as much about them as we do about our sons. And finally, we did a mother's group on trauma talk surrounding domestic violence, child abuse, and gun violence in our community. So I do want to again thank Sharina Gibbs. She was our mentor. She was there with us through the entire process. Thank the board again, and thank you, Latricia Vitale, for always supporting the Mother's Love. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Ms. Clemens. Our next speaker is Danny Teitchen. Danny, if you would come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes, and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Danny Teitchen, and I live at 35th and Humboldt in North Minneapolis. And you've heard from a couple folks about Falwell. I'm a resident of Falwell, but I also work for the Falwell Neighborhood Association. And I'm here because Falwell Park is experiencing some concerning behavior and some issues. Our number one priority is safety and healing in Falwell and making sure that everybody is safe and welcome at the park. But if we're looking at our measly little $79,000 budget for a neighborhood association without a school, Falwell Park is what we have as a resource. And I'm looking at this budget and this team, and I'm asking for your help. I'm watching our athletic program. Our community center is the center of all of our life in Falwell, which I believe most neighborhoods are experiencing, that their parks are also their community center. And we need the kind of investment that community centers need in resources, in time, and in staff to make these the places where community can come together, to build relationships, to build strong community. And Falwell is struggling. It was listed as the #3 park most in need of repairs and resources. And our development is tied up in wherever the money is tied up right now. We need lighting on the hill, and we need attention and help. And so I'm coming to you as a mother and in my official capacity of working for the Fallen Neighborhood Association. We will be hosting our second meeting, a parent meeting tomorrow, because residents are putting walking clubs together, not because we are trying to rid kids of being in the park, but we are trying to make sure that everybody is safe in our park. And that we have the resources and commitment and communication from the board and from the community center to support that, so that we can have healthy and thriving communities for everyone. So if Falwell can be slated for time and attention, I'm the girl that you can come to, and we can have a great conversation, and we will figure it out. I'm coming to you because we need your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. I'm going to refer you to the same staff that I referred Carolyn to a moment ago.
Yeah.
You're talking about some cross-sectionality too, but I'll start with Assistant Superintendent Schroeder.
Thank you.
Thank you. My next speaker is Al Flowers. Al, are you here this evening? I thought I saw you. Al, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record.
Al Flowers, 31st in Chicago. I just came up to speak, but kind of the lady who spoke about what was happening at Falwell kind of said it all, and to thank them for Mother's Love and KG Wilson and them here. I want to do them an individual thing, because they went up there and went in the middle of the storm. And I would be talking to the superintendent and said, Superintendent Begor, some good things happen. I said that the last part board meeting, some good things happen in the summer, and sometimes things get flipped around. You know, the commissioners got their agendas and they're going to flip them around. But this is a serious situation of violence that was happening, of sexual things that was happening that shouldn't have got there. But some people don't want the police in their community. That's what they say. And then you get these situations. So it wasn't that, thanks to the youth line, the street reach team, and all those that was out there. But what really helped was when you had community people standing there saying, no, this is not okay. And so I just want to make that clear what was happening. I didn't I talked about it on the radio, because I think our community should know what our community is doing, and sometimes people can't put that out there. So I just want to again say, we're working as an activist. We are working on things all the time in the community. What's going to make us safer? What's going to across the city? And one of the things was having community-based. I'm about bringing community-based solutions like a Mother's Love, like a Mad Dads, and like KG Wilson, who works with a Mother's Love and is her own entity that ain't scared to walk up into a land of fire. And some of the neighborhood people are. So I just want to thank the outreach. I want to thank Serena and Heidi and all them that put that trust in them. And that's what I'm saying, because I really came to support Juneteenth. You know, you ain't yawning on me, you just tired. Yeah, you know, okay, brother, I'm like, hold up, man, I'm saying something serious, but I came to support Corky and Juneteenth, so we don't have to come back and harass the superintendent at the end of. I'll be done.
Thank you, Al. Our next speaker is Anthony Rice. Anthony, if you would come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes, and welcome.
Anthony Rice, 31st in Chicago as well.
Okay, we're going to talk about Falwell Park real fast. I'll give him the rest of the time, but we want to thank Street Reach and everybody else that was at Falwell Park. We also want to support what they said about lighting in Falwell Park. And I'm actually going to thank the park police, because what they did was step out of the way and let us in the park handle any problems in the park. And that's important in a partnership. And then I'll let these guys talk about the work they did.
All right, so yeah, I'm also a part of a Mother's Love nonprofit organization, and the experience I had working at Falwell Park when Serena asked us to be there, be present for a few days, maybe a week or so. It was actually a humbling experience. At one point in time or another, when I was a juvenile, I was probably that same kid jumping on the roofs and hanging on the basketball rims and just, smoking weed or whatever. But just to be able to remove myself from that and come back as a positive role model and to see that it is a problem, man, to recognize and do some self-reflection to say at one point I was like that. And so to go in there non-judgmental and to really dig deep in what it is that these kids need, teenagers especially, what they need right now, and just the support from the community as well. Community members bring in food. We having basketball games and listen to different types of music and just being a part of them. And the community members was amazing. They came out of their own pockets to support what we had going on. And I also, too, came out of my pocket as well to buy some school clothes and some shoes for one of the kids that said that, shoes hurt their feet. And so just to be able to do that, it's a blessing that I will never take for granted. And I want to thank you guys so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Anthony. My next speaker is Ann Ellen Kerr. Ann, are you here this evening? Ann Ellen. Moving on, my next speaker is Tim Keene. Tim, if you would come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 2 minutes, and welcome.
Thank you, members of the Park Board. My name is Tim Keene, 5336 3rd Avenue South, and I am here to address and give voice to the voiceless, and that is the trees of our Park Board system. The Park Board currently has at least 3 plans in various stages of consideration that would recklessly and needlessly result in the removal of at least 150 mature, healthy trees. The first, the bike trail proposed on Kings Highway between 36th Street and Rose Garden. 66 mature, healthy trees, gone. Number 2, a proposed parking lot for what appears to be 28 vehicles on Minnehaha Parkway, east of the Nicollet Avenue Bridge, require removal of an entire stand of mature trees, replaced by paving. Third, and most remarkably, a proposal to clear-cut 2 blocks of majestic overstory on Lagoon Avenue for the construction of 5 sand pit volleyball courts. If there's a less compatible location for active recreational volleyball courts, I'm hard-pressed to see it. Are we really paying planners and design consultants to come up with these ideas, resulting in the destruction and loss of our precious overstory? I would commend as a mandatory reading for all of the commissioners who are trustees of our resources, the book Overstory by Richard Powers. And I respectfully and reverentially ask this body to preserve our most cherished public assets, trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keene. Just going back on my list, I had Tim, I think it's Will Corey. Tim Will Corey, is he here this evening? Maybe Tim Wilcox, just going once, going twice. And then Ann Ellen Kerr. Is Ann Ellen here? Is there, and then just a final call, is there anybody who signed up to speak whose name they did not hear me call? Seeing nobody, we'll close open time. Pass those back down to the secretary. We are at still on resolution 2019-283, and I believe it was Commissioner Cogill. Oh, I'm sorry, Secretary Ringel, do you have, how long have you had your light on there that I haven't noticed?
President Bourne, I just turned it on to alert you that I wanted to give you an update on the memo that was requested. So I did just pass out a paper copy. It was also an attachment to the board packet. If you clicked on the resolution item, it was an attachment in there. We noticed that it wasn't showing up on the main packet. So John has now updated that as well, but it was on there when the board packet went out on Friday.
Thank you, Secretary. I'm sorry, Commissioner Colgill.
Thank you, President Bourne.
Did she pass it on?
I suppose, generally speaking, I'm pretty frustrated by this entire process. In the end, I'm going to support having a split charge and slate just because we need to get people appointed so we can have an effective community engagement process for this entire project. But it's been many months. There's been multiple opportunities for us to review what our policy is and come forward with a process that fits the policy that we've had. And it seems pretty clear here that we do need to wait, since it says following commissioner appointments, 8 members are recommended as a slate by the selection committee. But regardless of this, I just feel like there's a clear lack of communication across our committees, and I'm just overall frustrated by this, and I encourage all those commissioners who have not appointed somebody to appoint somebody as quickly as possible. It is important work, and while I understand that we want to get the policy right, and I understand that there are problems in appointing folks, it's also work that needs to move forward as soon as possible.
Thank you, Commissioner Colgill. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. So to clarify what it is that we're voting on right now, this is a motion to split the question first, and then we vote on separate parts of the question next. So can you help clarify what the split is going to be? Because, you know, in the agenda packet, there's like a several page long, staff report. And I just want to understand what it is we're going to pass now. So we would, if we pass just the CAC charge, that would be the bullet points on page 35 and 36. Is that the full extent that we could pass there?
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. I'll need to pull that up, but I think the intent is pretty clear. We'll put together the charge and the total number of seats on the CAC, because that comes forward as a recommendation. The only item that is being pulled, that is being referred back to committee, is the staff recommended slate of, I think that there are 8 names and a few alternates. So that would be, we'd be handling that as a separate question, and I would be asking that go back to committee.
Okay. And then it also lists in the report that the budget for this was $500,000. We're not voting on the budget at this time, though, are we? That was already done.
Commissioner Meyer, the board has already approved its budget. If that is a point of discussion, I would encourage commissioners to bring up another item in a relevant committee shortly before that committee starts commencing its work. But that's not germane to this resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion on dividing the question? Seeing no further discussion on the division of the question, all those in favor of dividing the question signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion to divide the question carries. To the first question, a resolution approving the charge and the charge of the Community Advisory Committee Parks for All. Any discussion on the creation of the committee and the committee's charge? Seeing none, all those in favor of the creation of the committee and the committee's charge, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
No.
That passes unanimously.
No. I'm a no.
Okay. That does not pass unanimously, so, but the resolution passes. On the second question, to approve a slate of staff recommended committee members, I would now entertain a motion to defer that back to the planning committee. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second to defer back to the planning committee?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on referring the slate back to the planning committee? Commissioner Forney.
I believe this is the 4th meeting that this resolution has been on the agenda, one agenda or another. I read my packet when it comes out the Friday before board meetings, and I have just looked several times and I cannot see this item that we're discussing or voting on. And I sense that probably there's a lot of people out there in the public that can also not see it. This is totally lacking transparency. I find this very irresponsible, and I will be voting against all of this. I just, it totally lacks transparency and just, we're losing trust out there, people.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Is there any other discussion on the, on sending the staff recommended slate back to the Committee on Planning? Seeing none, all those in favor of sending that slate back to the Planning Committee, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
I will, and abstentions? I'm gonna ask the secretary to take a roll.
Commissioner Vita.
No.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
No.
Commissioner Musich.
No.
Commissioner Cogill.
I'm going to abstain.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Vice President Hassan.
Aye.
President Bourne.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, 3 nays, 1 abstain.
Thank you, Secretary. The item on.
5 ayes, 4 nays, or 3 nays and 1 abstain.
Thank you. The resolution passes. The staff recommended slate is deferred back to committee to come up at the conclusion of commissioner appointments. Commissioners have an obligation to make appointments under this. Now it is in order to do so that the committee is created. I will ask commissioners that they have their appointments by the end of this month. If commissioners do not have an appointment by the end of this month, I would entertain a motion at that time for commissioners to surrender their appointments if they're not interested in making it, and then that would enable staff to comply with our policy and bring forward their staff recommended slate. Commissioner Meyer?
Do those of us who have previously made our appointments need to make them again?
I would just, for the record, just send a note of confirmation that this is your appointment now that the committee exists. Moving on, Chair Vita for 2019-302.
On behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I would like to move Resolution 2019-302, a resolution awarding a construction contract to Versacon, Inc. in the amount of $863,900 for the Lindale Farmstead Recreation Center building improvements and addition project at Lindale Farmstead Park, per bid event number MPLN 441, pending approval by City of Minneapolis Procurement Division and Civil Rights Department, amending the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Capital Improvement Program to include the 2019 allocation of $6,084 to the Lindale Farmstead Recreation Center building improvements and addition project for the East Harriet neighborhood portion of the Parkland Dedication Fund, and authorizing administrative use of a 5% construction contingency up to $43,195 for necessary construction change orders that may arise with the contract.
302 has been moved. I will second the motion. Is there any discussion on 2019-302? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2019-302, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Moving into unfinished business, I've asked for another just staff update on the Bidet-McCoska concession area and where we're at with our interim activation and site clearing. I think I have Dana Murdoch for a brief presentation. Dana?
President Bourne, Commissioners, thank you. As you know, the pavilion at Bidet-McCoska experienced irreparable fire damage on May 16th of this year. Park Board staff worked closely with City of Minneapolis, the city's restoration and demolition contractor, and our insurance adjuster to make the site immediately safe, allow for assessments, and the eventual demolition of the building. We elected to leave the foundation and floor in place as the long-term solution was unknown. By leaving this material in place, the ground surface presented numerous trip hazards and was ultimately protected by a circumference fence. Tonight I will be sharing what I call the short-term and intermediate work at this site. A small group represented by Park Board Trades, Customer Service, Operations, and Planning have been meeting since June to put in place projects to restore basic services such as electricity and drinking water, and to make the site safe for park users and concessions until a long-term plan can be set in place. Our final decision proposed capping the site with asphalt paving, restoring the electrical and providing a new electrical service for food trucks, install a new drinking fountain, and disconnect the sewer and water service per request of the city. This proposal was reviewed and agreed to by the MPRB leadership team. However, in recent weeks, asset management did put in place, spent many hours, in fact, cleaning the remaining surface so that the fence area could be reduced, allowing Lola's food truck to pull onto the site. Also, the electrical was installed to the Sailing School and Wheel Fund, and also an electrical hookup was installed for Lola's just in the last weeks. That electrical work was originally contracted in early June, but the contractor did not have an opening in their schedule until this late in the game this summer. I will note for the overall proposal that asphalt pavement was the final decision, as it is more cost-effective than concrete and easier to work with to accommodate the multiple elevation changes, and with the floor slab in place, and to provide positive drainage off the site. We also will be applying an acrylic coating with a solar reflective index exceeding the minimum required of LEED for the heat island effect, because as you know, asphalt is black and will be very hot. Also to note, I did reach out to TAP Minneapolis in an effort to get drinking water on the site temporarily this summer, but the available water sources were not acceptable for more than a one-day event connection. So, planning and asset management staff have moved forward with bidding and procurement of these plans in place. Very few plans, but we still are doing them. As Assistant Superintendent Michael Schroeder has previously noted, we have faced great difficulty in getting contractors to bid on the work due to the extremely tight market and the nature of the work. First, the asphalt supplier on state contract that we sometimes use stated that they were too busy through September to do the work. Then the electrical contractor was booked all summer but was able to do the work in the last couple of weeks. The first bid for disconnecting the water service received absolutely no bids. We did receive one bid for the asphalt work eventually when we bid it out publicly, which that contract is in place right now. The disconnection of the drinking disconnections and also the new drinking fountain will be bid in the coming weeks, with hopefully that work will be completed in October, depending on the bids that we receive. So what's happening right now that you might see, just today the asphalt contractor was doing some prep work. They were doing some cutting of the existing concrete in place. The asphalt will be laid next week on Tuesday and Wednesday. That's the plan at this point. The fence will stay in place for a minimum of 3 days afterwards. Actually, the contract for that fence is up on the 16th, so if not a day or two sooner than that, the fence will be gone the 16th at this point. Finally, what I might say is that for communications, we perhaps could have done a little better to be more open about or share more about all the plans we've been working on all summer and the efforts that we've been going through. So what we have done in the last couple of weeks is we do have a project webpage under our park projects. I realize there's only a few things we're doing at that site, but it's there if anyone needs to refer to it. It's been updated. I am sending sort of a little bit of, essentially probably this presentation to ECHO. They have a meeting tomorrow night. I was planning on attending, but I'm not able to, but so they can have a more outlined description of what's going on, since it's right in their backyard. And there is a project sign on place that can direct people to the website if they have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murdoch. Do commissioners have any questions for the update? Seeing none, and thank you for the additional update, and thank you for the work that everybody is doing. Under new business, we have a discussion item and a report back on the 2019 Juneteenth event. So we have our community outreach staff and Mr. Wiseman. I'll let you kick it off. Welcome.
Good evening, Commissioner, President of the Board. I'm here with my two sidekicks. To give you an update on Juneteenth. This is our second year at hosting Juneteenth Celebrating Freedom Day event. We want to just do a quick update on some of the things that happened. We're going to just tag team to go through that presentation. But again, just a quick summary. We had we about double or triple our attendance of Juneteenth this year. We established a board to help manage that. One of the goals that was given to me is work with the community and really make sure the community have a voice. So we have a 9-panel committee that consists of myself, the only park board representative on it, and the rest is community. They were voted in by community members that came to the meeting. These are my co-chairs of those meetings, Lona Pattis and Lee Jordan. And then we also have two other committee members here, Al Flowers and Alicia Smith. So just a quick summary. So from that, I'm going to get right into the presentation. Like I said, we have co-chairs. That's Lona Pattis represent the community. They're both from the community, but she's here to also speak on a community perspective. And Lee Jordan is also a national, regional representative of the National Juneteenth. So he have a role there as well. And then myself at the park board. But we hosted, in the beginning, we started in October. We have open meetings for the community to come and have a voice in how they see Juneteenth, what they would like to see it, what do they want in Juneteenth, what some of the issues around Juneteenth. So we host 6 of those meetings before we get into our committee meetings and start planning and moving forward. And we take all that feedback and then we move forward going that route. And once we start those meetings, we also have what you know as open time. So we do it 2 times in our meeting. We give the public also time to come in the beginning of this part meeting to voice their opinions or their concerns or say what they like to add. And then we also give them 10 minutes before the meeting is over, so they can also add and share for what they heard throughout our discussion as a panel. So we really try to be all inclusive, make sure the community really has a strong voice in this. And so that's been challenging, but really helpful. The committee established working committees that's led by the committee chairs and community representatives, as well as park board staff. And these are some of the committee: entertainment, fundraising, marketing, legacy, vendors, and safety, youth, again, address the youth, art and culture, volunteers, and again, set up and tear down, which is so important. To me, that's the most important part of this, help set up and tear down. Just this year, one thing we talked about is leading up to Juneteenth, having educational and other activities prior to Juneteenth to help the community, young folks understand what Juneteenth is about, to promote the history. This year, led by one of our community members, Al Flowers, we had a community forum. And that forum was the host of that forum, the MC, the moderator was Al McFarland, the editor-in-chief of Insight News. And they had a really good dialogue, discussion. It was well attended. A lot of positive things come from that, but it was a really great event. And I'm not going to get into everybody that was there, but it was a good event and something we plan to build on. We really like to see more events throughout the park that lead up to, throughout the season that lead up to Juneteenth. Again, about educating Juneteenth, people on Juneteenth. So that was really something new that we added this year. So I'm going to pass this on to Lorna to talk about entertainment.
Okay, so this year with the help, I know Sharina's got a lot of plugs today, but I'm gonna have to give her another one because she was really instrumental in getting this going. But we've had, you know, various acts from Art of Dance Studio, Black Madonna, the Max Band who performed and also backed up national recording artist Christopher Williams so that he was able to do a live show. And I would have to say that, where you on? That that was one of the highlights of the day. It was very, very, very well received. There was a lot of folks out there, as you can see from the pictures. I had a line dance, or 4 of them actually, that came together. There was a line dance created to one of his songs, and they performed it while he performed, and he got down in the crowd and just interacted, and it was an overall great experience that it would have been great, but it would made it even better that he was backed by a live band. So we also had Black Madonna, who is a black rock group that I had never heard of, but they were great. But it's very important. The entertainment part is one of the, I think, main things that bring folks out, other than the vendors and just coming out for community, is to see local talent on the stage and then have them showcased with a national recording artist ending out the night, so, or the day, evening. But it was awesome.
Then we have youth activity.
Lee Jordan, National Juneteenth. As far as our youth program, first of all, the title or theme for this year was Bridging the Gap. And that includes youth and includes someone maybe a little not so youthful. And the important thing of it is, as we say, youth is so important to have all the activities that we have. We have the face painting, we have the pop-up park, we had the train, which was really, I mean, it was constantly kids going around on that train. And we had free haircuts, which I believe that the one of the organizations that was head of the committees brought that forth, which was really, really important for our youth as far as with school coming just around the corner, they want to look good. And the park boards, park rodeo, the bike rodeo, which was also well attended. And speaking for the National Juneteenth, one of the things that I can say is that I'm on a conference call every week on Saturday at 12 o'clock, and each time I'm on that call, our level of Juneteenth just keeps getting up. Because at one point in time, we were like the top 5 Juneteenths in the nation. We're inching back up there. So thank you, Park Board, for giving us that opportunity to move on up.
Okay, I want to also talk about our vendors. We had, as you see, 4 food vendors, 7 merchandise vendors, and 56 community vendors. Again, keeping with the theme of community involvement, 56 community vendors out of 67 vendors. This is up from 40 vendors from last year. So it's constantly growing, it's moving. Last year there was 2 Juneteenths going on. People in the community was confused. This year it was only the one. We have received a lot of great feedback. Getting the community opportunity to share, express themselves, give their voices to it, really helps. So I expect they're going to be a little bigger next year and grow a little bit more. We have a big space to fill. So that's our vendor. The next, what you see is a list of all the vendors. Again, who those vendors are. When we say the 67 vendors, this is who they are and who they represent, from organizations to school to colleges, institutions. They come from all over the place and they represent our community. Again, I want to talk about safety. And to us, safety is not just police safety. And you heard someone earlier talk about the community. I think it was Al talking about community. We talk about safety in the whole holistic aspect, not just but police safety. Police is a big part of that. We talk about community, we have family, we have community. Police is part of the community. They do their part, but we have street reach. Again, that's a Park Board program, do wonderful work out there in the community and working with our youth, our team. Park Police, again, working with the community. And I think if anybody wants to know how police and community work and to do an event, they should come and see how our Park Police work with these other organizations that address issues. Really, and I want to thank Jason for allowing his officer to be open and him being open to work with us and here in the community about this, how we should police our event and our community. And Mother's Love, you've seen them here tonight talking. They do great things, and nothing like having mothers out there that keep us all in check. So, and the Mason, this international free acceptance, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but the Masons, an old institution, they coming back up, they out there to make sure that our community is safe, to protect our community, and they out there supporting that from cooking food and doing some other things. Al ate some of one of the leaders' barbecue, it's some really good food. So, and then the Black Firefighters Association, they was there, they provided EMT services, people stepping up and really making this a safe event. I can't recall any issues that really came that community had or really upset about problems around Juneteenth. Prior to that, my 20-some years dealing with Juneteenth, there was a lot of issues on the crowd, the people, fights, a lot of things. Because we take this initiative, this stands in the beginning, we eliminate those issues. We have safety meetings before we go out and start kicking it off. We talk about what we're going to do, how we're going to work together. So we hand in hand with that. So I'm very excited about that. And to us, that's safety, that's policing. Now I'm going to start getting into the budget and marketing aspect of this. When we took over Juneteenth, when we decided to host Juneteenth last year, one of the questions people always ask about budget. Money, where's the budget, how much it is. I couldn't answer that because we didn't manage Juneteenth. We supported it, we played a role in it, but it wasn't ours. So we could not answer that question. So I decided that, year two, we can do a better job tracking, and I can explain that a little better to the board and to the community what Juneteenth costs and what it take to run it. And so this is what I get into now. Marketing, this is our marketing aspect. And before I get into that, I want to really give Don Summer a huge shout out. Don Summer spent last year almost in every meeting with us, helping us with other organizations, Insight News and everybody else, pulling them together, helping us get our marketing plan and directions right. And the reason why they have made a lot of in-kind as well. So we continue that effort. So it wasn't her job to consistently do it, but I wish she did it. But she led us and guided us and helped us. So thank you, Don, for that. But you see here the social media. We have the National Minnesota Juneteenth Facebook page that is publicized on. We have a Facebook page. A lot of the board members also put it on their Facebook page and other social media to advertise Juneteenth. Camel Jace, our heart is spent for $2,500 that we put into it. They also matched that in kind advertisement. North News also, we paid $1,200 for North News promotion of that, and Insight with $1,500 we put into $1,504 in Insight News that we paid for advertisement. They came back and gave us $30,000 worth of advertisement. Spokesman Recorders, also we paid about $800 in advertisement. They came back and did in-kind $176 in-kind advertisement. So Juneteenth, we paid $6,000 in advertisement, but the amount of advertisement we got this year with in-kind was $38,000 worth of advertisement. That's a lot of advertisement, a lot of promotion to really help this grow. So again, I want to thank those folks that really support us on that. The revenue portion, again, Park Board kick us off every year. We have $20,000 that kick off Juneteenth, to get us going. We raised $6,000 on vendors that paid to be in the event this year. We expect that number to grow as more vendors come into it. And then through our sponsorship efforts, again, I want to thank, again, this is a huge thank you I want to give to Tom Godfrey and his team in my community outreach department. Tom worked very hard on putting that package together with his staff, and our board members who worked hard at going out and getting sponsors and getting to support that. So we received $14,000 in sponsorship. So about $40,000 in sponsorship and park board that we have paid for Juneteenth this year. And you'll see where that come into play later. Here, our hard costs, some of this stuff is kind of rolled into other, because it'd be a long list to try to break everything out. But Bill, you see some of the hard costs there, permits, entertainment, marketing. These are some of the hard costs that we have, which total $44,201.90. Again, with the contribution from the park board and the money that was raised, that was $40,000. So we were just under breaking even at $40,000 for hard costs. The park board, the in-kind, this is important. The reason why I want to point this out is because the marketing, again, $32,000 worth of marketing. Even though we didn't pay for that, that was an in-kind. It's necessary. That's marketing we need to promote and grow this event. That, and then added to the total cost. Juneteenth actually cost, to run Juneteenth the way it was, to everything in place, is about $83,000 to run Juneteenth at the level that we ran it this year. If we do not get in-kind next year at this level, or sponsorship at level, because things changes, that fundraising effort on our end goes up, trying to get more money, trying to do things to meet that. You know, so the minimum is $83,000. I have an asterisk right here for full-time staff. I want you guys to understand as well, the park board contributions, not just the $20,000. We do have in here, you see, we also, hard costs that came up, my department budget for part-time staff was $1,400. We also have 119 hours the day of full-time staff. And with that, I did not put a budget together on that. That's really hard to calculate because those staff is cross-department. Dawn Summer time, her staff time that's spent in supporting us. That work, not just there were normal work hours, other hours they put in. She was there in the evening, meetings, other times. So these hours, that's not just their normal work hours. Park board maintenance, police, a lot of people put all the time into this, and your full-time staff. That was just a day off. We started in October, and there's a lot of meetings with my staff and Tom and Sharina and some others come to those meetings and put a lot of time in to help us move this forward and going. Because I have a small department. So even though you don't see dollars there, and that's hard to figure out the dollars too, because there's a different level of pay, union rules, overtime, and all the things to try to figure it out and put it in there. I just wasn't able to do that at this point, but that's a big piece that I want people to understand that Park Board is contributing as well, not just $20,000. That represents a big amount of time and money as well. So, but the total cost of Juneteenth is about $83,000. We run at the level. I want to thank our sponsors. These are some of our major sponsors who got the big package, put bigger dollars in. That was part of it. If it's not just dollars, but there's other commitment and stuff they put into it, like Insight News, $30,000, that stuff. Here goes some other sponsors that, again, contributed money at a lower level, and some other type of support or sponsor to the event. These are a few other people that I want to acknowledge. And then, again, from the community perspective, Lorna and Lee, I just wanted them to take a few seconds to say something from the community perspective as a community representative. And again, Lee talked a little bit about the national piece, but just wanted them to take a few minutes to say something there.
Okay, so from the community aspect of it, bridging the gap was not just for younger and older, but it was it was to bridge the gap between white, black, brown, yellow, green, purple, whatever kind of person is out there, whatever they identify with. It's a community event that brings everybody together, because as you can see from the pictures, it wasn't just a sea of black faces out there. There were all kinds of folks who came and celebrated and connected with their community and enjoyed the day. And that's, for me, what it's about. It's about bringing the community out here. It's about getting the young folks to understand what Juneteenth is all about, which is why the youth area was great. And just reteaching, or teaching in general, because some people don't know. There's a lot of adults who don't know about Juneteenth. And so getting the community out there to be able to interact with each other and learn different things from each other and have a good time. The weather was perfect. And just be able to come out and learn about Juneteenth, learn about different cultures, visit vendors. Again, 67 versus 40 from last year, that's a major, major plus, which just shows that more community is wanting to be involved. And there's even more who wanted to, but the deadlines had passed. So as a community, I think it's great. It's awesome that you guys start us out with 20,000, but if you could up it like next year to 30, that would be even better. Because we can't go backwards. We've set, a bar, and we either need to meet that bar or exceed it, and hopefully we're gonna try and exceed it next year so that every year it's greater and greater. Like Corky said, there was only one Juneteenth this year, so I think the confusion that a lot of folks had the year before won't be there next year. But it's vitally important that we continue to make this a successful event so that not just North Minneapolis community, but South Minneapolis, St. Paul, Richfield, St. Louis Park, everybody can come out as a community and enjoy food, because that food was good, enjoy the food, enjoy the fellowship, and enjoy the fun. And then we could just keep this going from now until the littler ones take it over. Come on, youngin'.
Once again, thank y'all for the funds that you gave us last year, and as Ms. Brenda said, we would definitely love to see that kind of up a little bit. But the important thing for me is, as we talk about Juneteenth, it's called Freedom Day. And as Lorna said, everyone was there. And that's the important part of Juneteenth, because if you believe in freedom, then you believe in Juneteenth. And on a national level, there's a movement right now to make Juneteenth a national day of observance, and then later on a national holiday. And Minnesota is at the head of that movement. And my responsibility is not only to connect, I'm the Midwest Regional Director as well. So not only do I have Minnesota, but I have Wisconsin, North Dakota, South Dakota. So I've got a lot of work to do myself, but I want that work to start here in Minnesota and then go out.
Okay, just before I end it, I do want to do another shout out that I think is important. Starting with Superintendent Emeritus Merrill, who really pushed this initiative with Commissioner Severs, really stepped up and heard the community. Community say we want this event. They've been wanting it for a while. They've been having issues around Juneteenth, and I know their efforts really initiated this moving forward. And Commissioner Vitar and other commissioner, and then Superintendent Bangor for their support and pushing me, even though I want to get pushed sometimes. I keep telling them I'm quitting, but
no, it's not.
but I joke and say that, but I love the event. I love the work, and definitely believe in what it stands for, and it is our community, and it's necessary to have. So I really appreciate you guys bagging this, supporting this, and standing behind Juneteenth. Not necessarily me all the time, but Juneteenth, and that's what's important. So I really appreciate that, and thank you. And again, my team, I just want to shout out to Tom and my team and the park board staff for the great work that they do. So,
And the entire board.
Yes, thank you all. But question for us?
Thank you, Mr. Wiseman. Questions, comments, gratitude? I'll start with, I think it was Commissioner French, followed by Severson.
I guess I really just want to say, give out a really huge thank you for all the community members that came out and participating, gave up time and time away from their families, time away from whatever jobs they were doing to make this event successful. I moved up to Minnesota maybe about 22 years ago, and I always kept hearing about the great Juneteenth events that happen, and I never got a chance to witness it, never got a chance to experience it. So having a hand in actually trying to make this back to what it used to be is awesome, and I want to keep growing it, and I would encourage my fellow commissioners to support this, and any vote that comes up here where we're trying to get some money for Juneteenth, I will be supporting if it's reasonable, rational, and I will encourage my other fellow commissioners to do the same. So
thank you.
My hats are off to you, Sharina, Val Flowers, all you guys that made this a wonderful, wonderful time for everybody. I was there last year. We got rained on a little bit. It was awesome. But this year, Christopher Whittle, I mean, you guys did your thing, and I appreciate it. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Severson.
Director Wiseman, I must say it's a job well done. What a beautiful day. The weather held up, as Commissioner French said. The music was great, the entertainment was great. It was awesome to see some of my mentors in the community all showing up, some of our elders, the new young ones, as you referred to, coming in. One of my concerns coming into this position as a new commissioner on the north side was the fact that community outreach had 11 or 13 events, citywide events, and none of them took place in North Minneapolis. I was extremely adamant to make sure we had one in North Minneapolis, and I couldn't think of a better one. And a better place to host than Bethune Park. Mr. Jordan, Ms. Pettis, and Al, and Director Felder, kudos to you folks. You guys do this volunteering your time. And without you folks, we couldn't have had that wonderful event. I don't think we thank our volunteers enough. So from the bottom of my heart, I really want to say thank you. Even Al pounded me out and dragged me for the few extra dollars. I think they were dollars absolutely well spent. So really the volunteers, and if I missed anyone out there, I just really want to say thank you. One of my favorite things to see, we lack parades and pride, I feel like, on the north side right now. And to see that Juneteenth parade start right on Broadway and come down, I know it's just a start, but I can't wait to see how we finish in the next couple years. I hear that Superintendent Bangora and Superintendent Graff have some kind of friendly competition going on next year, and I can't wait to judge the two of them and see who comes out on top, who has a better float. Is that what it is? That's what it is. Okay, all right. So I'm pretty excited about that, but you know, once again, I just want to say thank you, and thanks for using Northside businesses too, and promoting. The one that I specifically want to send Al to, but you too, Director Wiseman, is let's leverage our resources at KBEM as well. I think that's a community radio station we don't tap into enough, and it is our station on the north side as well. So with that, I just want to say thank you and job well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Severson. Commissioner Vita.
Thank you, President Bourne. Again, no questions, but just to say thanks so much for a job well done. I was telling a fellow commissioner about Juneteenth down Glenwood Avenue to Worth Beach and how crowded it was and how you couldn't even find a parking spot in all of North Minneapolis because everybody in the state was coming to Juneteenth. It wasn't just a north side thing. People from Duluth made it a weekend, you know, African American people from Duluth made it a weekend trip to come and celebrate. People from all over the Midwest came to North Minneapolis to celebrate our Freedom Day. So I'm looking forward to it becoming that again because it was amazing. You know, we bought new outfits for Juneteenth. It was a big thing, right? Like huge music, food, traditional food, a way to showcase African American vendors. And so you all are doing a really good job at bringing that back to the community. I was there for last year's and this year, and it has changed drastically just in 1 year from even what we've seen in the last 5 years since it moved to Mississippi Regional. So I really appreciate everyone who takes the time to volunteer to make this a special event. This is a huge event in the African American community. Everywhere in this country. Like, Juneteenth is not just a Minnesota thing. It is a nationwide thing, and I don't know that everyone understands how big Juneteenth is in some community. I mean, this is like the day for us. And so it means a lot to me as a person who sits here and serves a specific community to have you all celebrate us in that way and continue to teach our young people how to celebrate that, how to celebrate us in that way. The other thing is, I really loved how you separated the young people from the seasoned individuals. It was really nice. I talked to a lot of parents who were excited about their children being in a spot separate from them, but feeling safe, feeling like nothing would happen to their kids when they were in the kid zone, having fun, and the parents were kind of over listening to PG, not so PG, Christopher Williams, dancing around, dancing around with the whatever dances they were, but it was good that the kids were in a different part of the park, right? So, I mean, it felt well thought out. It felt like the community thought about, okay, we should have kids over here and adult over here. So again, great job. Keep it going. I just can't imagine what this is going to be like in 5 years. You have my support always for this event. I look forward to seeing what next year is going to be. So thank you all so very much.
Thank you. Alicia is responsible for this year's children area. She put a lot into that, so I just want. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Vita. I have Commissioner Forney followed by Severson for a second time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. I don't think there's more than I can say. Kudos, 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 really. I feel like it's really dating me. I was at the old Juneteenth, and it's so day and night. As Commissioner Severson would say, first of all, wasn't in North Minneapolis, and the fact that it's in North Minneapolis is very exciting. I think that Commissioner Vito might have answered my question, but I thoroughly enjoyed the Freedom Train. Last year, when it was going around, shall I say, the adult area? Yeah, anyway, the fact that it was switched and everything, to me, I missed that. So I don't know what your logistics were, but just know that maybe you need an adult train and a child train, I don't know. But anyway, it was very enjoyable, and blessings as far as the weather for you all. So good luck for next year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Is there any other discussion or comments? Superintendent Bangora.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you. What's been said, I'm sure has been said over and over again, how much we appreciate what you've done this year. And I was at the event itself, and it was incredible. And just really to say thank you for the work that you've done. And also, I know Sharina's been getting a lot of shout-outs today. But Sharina, great job. Tom Godfrey.
Yes.
I want to say thank you very much, and all the staff that have participated and to help us. But without you and the volunteers, I saw you guys there every night when I'd walk out of here. You were sitting in that room there meeting, and I was so impressed with that and so dedicated to making this a success. And you said it was the top 5, we're gonna get back there again, right? We're gonna do it again. And just really grateful for the work you've done and to say thank you very much. And like Commissioner Severson said, we have a competition next year. Someone asked for some help to get the best float, out there at the parade and to kind of roll down the street because I know he's going to be pulling all his resources, so we got to do the same thing because we're park and rec. So, but thank you again, and I really appreciate it. And what a fantastic event, and it's so important. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Director Weisman.
I just want to make one last shout out, and I have to Phyllis Wheatley and their staff. Mm-hmm. There was great partners, great team, and they did a fantastic job partnering with us over there throughout the whole event. So I forgot to mention them, but I definitely want to shout out Phyllis Wheatley. And thank you them for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, I will recess the full board to go into operations and environment chair usage.
Thank you, President Bourne. The time being 6:46. I would like to call the Operations and Environment Committee to order. Secretary Ringgold, if you could please take the roll.
Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Cogill.
Present.
Commissioner Meyer.
Present.
Vice Chair French.
Here.
Chair Music.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve our agenda. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That motion passes. We have some minutes. Would someone like to make a motion to approve those? All those in favor of approving our minutes from Wednesday, July 17th, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Abstentions? That motion carries. This evening we have a study report item. We were joined this evening by our University of Minnesota partners from the Department of Forest Resources regarding the ongoing research and outreach partnerships that we have with their department. If you want to join us at the dais, that would be lovely.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Philip Payandi, your Sustainable Forestry Coordinator. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I'm Philip Payandi, your Sustainable Forestry Coordinator.
You can move the mic onto the dais if that makes it easier.
Thank you.
Yep. I hope that's okay, AV
As
folks
I-
in the back.
Yeah, as I get the presentation ready. I can say the urban forest is a better place because of the partnership we have in place with the University of Minnesota. It's more sustainable and also has been enhanced through multiple years of this outreach and research partnership. Today, routinely we get a presentation from the University of Minnesota providing an update about the projects that we get to benefit from through this engagement and through this formal partnership. So please join me in welcoming Gary Johnson and Chad Giblin from the University of Minnesota.
Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy lives to come and bring us up to speed on all the awesome stuff you're doing in the park system.
Good evening, Chair Musich and Commissioners. I'm losing my voice. That's a tough act to follow. That was excellent. So, I am Gary Johnson, Professor of Urban and Community Forestry at the University of Minnesota. I also direct the Urban Forest Outreach, Research and Extension Lab and Nursery. Chad Giblin is our lead researcher. He's been researcher for over 15 years now. One thing I'd like to mention is just kind of a little bit of a primer introduction to our report this evening is I hope you understand the reputation that your forestry department has nationally. It is recognized as one of the best, if not the best, urban forestry programs in the country. And to a large degree, that reputation is due to their attention and support of research and their incorporation of that research into their normal practices, their best practices. So Chad and I this evening are going to be giving a kind of a brief summary, and you all have an executive summary of 7 projects. There are a lot more than 7 projects that we're involved with, but we kind of thought that these 7 projects encapsulated some of our philosophy in research and the support from Minneapolis Park and Rec Board. They all fall into some general categories. One of the categories is tree preservation. None of us, I'm sorry to tell you this, none of us will ever see a 100-year-old tree if we plant it today, or even tomorrow, or yesterday. So tree preservation is extremely important to our research. Second thing is canopy. We talk less about numbers of trees in the ground, more about numbers of survivors in canopy development. And the third general thing that these projects kind of fall into is engaging the community, and in particular, engaging the future community, the future stewards of the urban forest. So Chad put together a really fancy PowerPoint. So I'm going to turn this over to Chad and let him just kind of summarize some of these projects as we go through. And you can kind of follow along with the executive summary, but Chad does a really nice job of expanding on these. So it's all yours, Chad.
Thanks, Gary, and thank you, Chair Vucic, Commissioners, for the opportunity to come tonight and share our work over the last approximately 4 years of our current partnership. As the screen indicates, thanks to Gary himself, we've been partnering with the Park Board now for 25 years, and in my case, this marks a 20-year anniversary for my personal partnership with the Park Board Forestry Division. So I'm very honored to be able to share our work thus far. So as Gary indicated, these three tenets are what we define as our core values when it comes to examining research and outreach in the urban forest, really throughout the state of Minnesota and regionally. As Gary indicated, longer functional lifespans for trees really allow us to preserve the canopy that we have. It's no new news that we're losing trees every day due to emerald ash borer and other factors. So preserving what we have has become even more critical. By that same token, we need to increase the canopy by planting and preserving and promoting the sustainability and health of our young trees. So that's a major component not only of our research, but also of our outreach when it comes to especially engaging young folks in the community. And again, that leads to the next step. Engaging the next generation really is one area that I've been engaging in for the last several years through pilot programs with the City of St. Paul, and really just kind of finding new ways to get young folks really excited and engaged and really encouraged about the future of urban forestry in Minnesota and Minneapolis throughout our region. I just have a few, it's kind of a slideshow, a fun little photo history of a few things that we've been working on. With regard to extending tree lifespan, really preserving the canopy that we have, research, science indicates that large trees are the trees that we need in our communities to really promote healthy living. And by promoting ways that we can use scientific inquiry to examine the health and the vitality of these large trees in our communities, we can work through methods by maintaining these trees more carefully and more quantitatively and allow their lifespan to be extended well past perceived notions. So using things like LiDAR, which is basically, you can see in your screens now, a digital scan of a living tree. This is a project we've been conducting with the City of Minnetonka. We can find ways to enhance and promote the growth of trees that are currently really under threat. So this is a large mature bur oak that was unfortunately damaged in the storm, and we're now cooperating with the City of Minnetonka to preserve this iconic tree in their city center park. And as you might expect, we have a whole host of fun little gadgets that we get to climb up at about -20 Fahrenheit, about 60 feet off the ground, and assess decay in large mature trees and really assess how safe are these trees and what can we use not only to promote their health, but then also really quantitatively ensure that they are safe members of our urban forest community. As far as looking at increasing diversity and canopy, really examining new species that work in our climate has become a major component of our research. So I just have a few photos showing new species, just a handful that we've been working with in partnership with the Forestry Division here in the Park Board. This first one is the Katsura tree. It's a well-proven species for Minnesota, and it really presents itself as a good option for communities in areas that have lost canopy due to emerald ash borer. Another one that I'm really personally very excited about is called the Dawn Redwood. It is a relative of our native coast redwood and the giant sequoia. It's native to mountainous China and has really been proven its urban park tree chops over the last few years. And fortunately, this has even survived our -30 winter last year in City of St. Paul. So just a beautiful, much smaller stature tree. It obviously, or unfortunately, won't reach 300 feet as the redwoods do in California. In Minnesota, it is a deciduous tree, so it kind of mimics the habit of our native tamarack or larch. So it does have a beautiful winter form and fall color, believe it or not. And lastly, I do want to really promote the use and just really the utility of the London plane tree, probably the world's most iconic and most often used street tree, and as part of a current research project that we're engaging now with forestry, examining its survival, again, after a particularly difficult winter last year. And finally, we have a U.S. native, the tulip tree, or tulip poplar, native to Iowa, northern Iowa, and moving south. Just another beautiful, very fast-growing, large shade tree that's really proving to be, again, winter hardy, even in considerably cold winter, such as which we experienced last winter. In addition to new species to promote increasing urban forest canopy, our research is also focused on finding new and innovative planting practices to really ensure the success of these young trees when we plant them. So we have a couple projects here. On the left is a photo of a project that we started in the Shingle Creek neighborhood back in 2013, looking at different ways that we can produce nursery stock to ensure long-term success and establishment. And on the right, we show a few examples of using organic amendments as we plant young trees to really enhance their ability to survive in what can be somewhat difficult growing conditions in a typical boulevard in Minneapolis. And just a few more photos of park board staff assisting with really the planting and installation of a typical project throughout the city. And lastly, I just want to mention another program that we've been working with really citywide is called the Grow Tube Method program, and this utilizes a plastic grow tube shelter combined with the fiberglass stake, working with small little seedling sized trees and planting those in areas that may be difficult to plant using more conventional methods, and it really allows more of an economical and broad reach with much fewer resources than planting a really large heavy shade tree nursery stock. We like to celebrate the urban forest as much as anyone, so we have provided support for Minneapolis Arbor Day over many years. So whether that's providing nursery stock or staff expertise at events like the Northside Tree Covery in 2011, to bringing our students from the U4 lab and nursery to play Elmer for a day, or just kind of help engage with the community, and also making sure that the tree band can get up in the tree and get tied into their ropes so no one takes a spill out with the tuba. So. And again, as Gary mentioned, we really feel very strongly that engaging the next generation now is so critical to not only stressing the importance of the urban forest and its stewardship, but really getting kids excited about trees in their neighborhood through tree climbing camps. Since 2014, we've been working with the City of St. Paul and St. Paul school districts on a pilot program. And just last year, we engaged about 1,200 kids through that program, ranging anywhere from classroom presentations, in this case with 5th grade and 7th grade kids actually climbing trees with professional arborists in city parks in the city of St. Paul. And every once in a while we do get our feet on the ground and hang out and talk to kids about tree science, tree biology, and how to identify trees. And kids just love going home and kind of giving mom or dad the what for it and saying like, yeah, Dad, it's not a pine, it's a fir. So, kids love being right. So I think empowering them allows us to really almost pay it forward, because they come home and tell their folks about how cool trees are, and hopefully mom and dad are okay with them climbing up 70 or 80 feet in a giant cottonwood. So YEA is our youth engagement and arboriculture program in Gary's lab, and it's one that's we're really excited to bring that to Minneapolis, hopefully with a pilot program this fall, and really take the time to examine how we can bring this great program to kids in Minneapolis, using resources at the park board and in the school district. And Gary, did you have anything to add before we move on to the
No, I think you're doing great.
Great, thanks. So folks, we did publish, this is just the very first iteration of a public map that will highlight and showcase all of the research trees that we've been working with in the city of Minneapolis. And I'm just going to bump out of the presentation here and go over to the browser. And this is available online as a link out in the interwebs there. And every dot on this screen represents a tree that's part of a current research project that we're conducting with the forestry folks here in the park board. And I'll just touch on a couple projects here. I mentioned the Grow Tube project here. You can see examples where these are planted throughout the city. So each dot represents a grow tube tree growing, in the river corridor around some of the lakes areas where we've been trying to regenerate. Again, a lot of new species that aren't available in larger sizes. We can source in a smaller size or grow them ourselves, and allows us a good chance to test their hardiness and their establishment in Minneapolis. going back to the 2011 tree coverage project, we're coming up on an 8-year survey in Fallwell Park, looking at a good handful of new species that were part of that planting as well, and we can revisit them and see how well they performed over about the last 7 or 8 years in that park. So definitely a challenge to recover after such a devastating event. And then lastly, I'm going to scroll down to Olson Memorial Highway, and as you know, the Blue Line extension is currently progressing, presumably in some iteration. So unfortunately, or in the case of this, there is a long-term research project that we have been conducting along the median along Olson Memorial Highway, really showcasing some of the first Dutch elm disease resistant elm varieties planted in Minnesota. And we've been able to assess and these trees and determine which ones were of quality and of size enough that could be transplanted out of harm's way before construction begins on the light rail. Those that can't be saved, it's my hope that we can include those in Dutch elm disease research that we've also been engaging with the park board with, and find new ways to continue to battle this devastating disease that continues to threaten mature elms and young elms in our urban forest.
What do the red and green dots represent?
That's a good question, Gary. So the red dots are trees that are either of a quality or a size that's too large to transplant using a mechanical tree spade. And the green dots, fortunately, are those that are of quality or of a small enough size that can actually be transplanted out using a mechanical tree spade and hopefully kept within that same vicinity post-construction.
So approximately how many of the trees will be saved?
I think right now we're looking at about 1/3 of the total quantity, and I think it's probably right around between 20 and 25 trees out of the original lot of over 100 that should be salvageable to some extent. So, and these are relatively large trees, so it's taken quite a bit of time since about 2003 to establish that canopy. So finding any way that we can preserve it, returning to our canopy preservation goal is really critical. So we're excited to have an opportunity to share our expertise and identify tree salvage operations, tree preservation opportunities in a very, very difficult growth environment in the middle of the highway median. Thanks for the reminders, Gary. And yeah, there's several more projects that are on there, folks, so that link is available. As we wrap up and add new projects, we'll again be adding more summaries and more points to this interactive map. So if you do want to go in at some point, trees that have received recent visits will have a picture as well, so you can take a virtual tour of research trees in your neighborhood, if you're up late and are looking for something to do. So.
Thank you, gentlemen. Would it be possible to put the slide up with the web address again? Because I didn't quite finish writing it all down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Commissioner Meyer, you had a question or comment, or both?
Both. Thank you. I was disappointed when I heard Gary Johnson that we don't get to hear from the Libertarian candidate for president, but that's okay.
I disappoint a lot of people.
Also, just wanted to dispute your assertion that none of us will be around for 100 years. I mean, Google is spending billions of dollars trying to cure age, and maybe they'll fail, but I'm not giving up just yet. So hope to see those trees a century from now. Anyway, thank you for all your work with us. We really appreciate that. I had a question about increasing the diversity of trees and the trade-offs between that and creating habitat for pollinators, because I've gotten several constituents complaining about ginkgo trees, for example, that they say don't create habitat for many pollinators. And you said the Dawn redwoods are from China, so do they support any domestic species here?
Not really. In terms of pollinators, no, not really. That's,
Gary, could I have you talking to the mic for our friends on TV, listening to us on TV?
A couple of the trees are, I call them junkyard dogs. They're able to survive really tough sites and they provide canopy. So that's their contribution. We kind of take the approach of the U.S. Forest Service, what is native. So the U.S. Forest Service considers anything that's native to North America that's native. So the majority of the plants that we're introducing, that we're trying, that we're quite honestly trying to push the envelope a little bit on, are native to North America. And the majority of those, to varying degrees, are, you know, they contribute to the pollinators. Some of them are, you know, really, really good contributors. We've played around with a few, for instance, lindens. Lindens are just stellar performers for pollinators. But a lot of the changes that we're seeing in Minnesota are pushing a lot of our trees north, and so we're pulling trees from the south up. And a lot of the trees that we're pulling up are oaks. They're really tough. Coffee tree is native to Minnesota, and we're kind of assisting its migration even further north too. So yeah, there are some that are not great for pollinators, but they have other attributes. Pollinator-friendly trees are that's on our minds all the time. And a lot of that, you know, goes on with the shrubs too, because it's not just trees that we work with, we also work with shrubs too. Shrubs are really good for pollinators. Great question, though. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any additional questions.
I do have, sorry.
Commissioner Cogill.
Thank you very much, Chair Musich, for acknowledging my sudden light. My question is about, generally speaking, climate resilient trees. Is there any indication in your research or in your experience that certain trees are better for climate resiliency, both being climate resilient themselves, given larger rain events, or just better for inflow and infiltration, or navigating larger rain events and other changes that will be happening?
Yes, if you remember when Chad, I'll give you for instance.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The answer to the question is absolutely. Chad was talking about the plane tree, the London plane tree. Well, its cousin is American sycamore, which is, you know, if you go to Mason City, Iowa, you see some monster American sycamores. They have a problem though. They're prone to a number of diseases that the London plane tree isn't. So we're kind of looking at not only will the trees survive warmer weather, more frequent, you know, Minnesota wind loading events, more frequent storms. Boy, that's a real litmus test for, is the tree going to do well here? But also looking at, does it have a lot of insect pests, a lot of diseases? So we try to steer away from that. So it's a combination of what are genetically site-tough trees, as well as what are trees that are not going to take a lot of pesticides to keep them looking healthy. And one of the interesting things, as I mentioned, coffee tree earlier, is in research from our cohorts around the country. When you look at a plant, the fewer species that it has, the fewer insect and disease problems are present. Mm-hmm. So in the United States, with, for instance, coffee tree, there are actually 3 species, but only one of them is actually very common. Really no insect or disease problems with that. So we try to hone in on those trees that have the least amount of species. Oaks, maples, lots of species, lots of problems. So
great, thank you.
Okay, not seeing any additional questions or sudden lights. I have a couple of questions for you. One of the projects that you highlighted was a LiDAR exploration of tree structure. Are you also looking at ground penetrating radar exploration of the root structure of those trees to determine not only above ground structural stability, but also what role the root system is playing in those trees as well?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I'll be honest with you. You know, I had some really, pretty nice graphics there, but this is the demo session that we had with that handheld LiDAR unit was the company had never even heard of it being used in that way before. So I think as we define ways to further assess, trees like that oak example that I used. I mean, Gary will be the first to tell you that the below ground is in many cases even more important than the above ground, and it's amazing how often like that question has come up. Even just my colleague, my lead production arborist for that research said, "Hey, when are we going to start using ground penetrating radar, Chad?" And it's like, Yeah, I mean, one step at a time, and I think, as we find trees that are more challenged by construction, by urbanization, that will become even more critical, because then, if the goal of research is to make science-based and evidence-based recommendations, then we can say, hey, this construction needs to be limited to this area, because anything beyond that will impact the root zone of this iconic bur oak or silver maple or cottonwood or whatever. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense to find increasingly quantitative ways to assess the below ground, and I guess I can say that my fingers are crossed, and I'm hopeful that we can do more of that. The funding has been very supportive of using technology to explore tree preservation techniques. So, and given the body of work already, it's a natural fit, and I think a good reminder for me that I need to really consider that as a critical component.
Okay,
So,
excellent.
Thank you.
Well, I'm glad to hear that that's something we're kind of exploring in the city in particular, since we do have a lot of development going on, and we are really at risk of losing a lot of our tree canopy.
Absolutely.
So with our tree preservation coordinator position in place, I'm hopeful that the research you're doing is something that really can inform his work in the future in a more quantitative way than perhaps we're doing right now. You mentioned that the interactive map of research is not complete yet.
Correct.
Is it possible for us on this committee to be provided with a comprehensive list of everything that's in the works currently, and then we could follow up directly with you if we had additional questions on any of those projects?
Yeah, absolutely. I can, the document in front of you, I can kind of complete that with a list of every current project.
Okay.
With a similar summary, and absolutely, I'd love to take any questions that you or anyone else may have on anything that we're currently conducting. So
Great. Thank you, because I think that would be of interest. And while this is a fascinating list, I know there's a couple other things that you have going on that I'm interested in where we're at with.
Yep.
I was wondering so Chris kind of touched upon this with his question about, Commissioner Meyer touched upon this with his question about pollinators and the contribution that species that would not typically be found in Minnesota might be providing. Are we looking specifically at identifying what the pollinator benefits are of trees we're bringing in that we know have some benefit? Are we trying to quantitatively determine what that is, so we understand which trees have a higher value or a lower value in that capacity, and might be something we should be exploring planting in areas where we're not able to provide other habitat?
Yeah, we're looking at complete packages. I think most people in biology understand that one issue always replaces another issue. You think you have something solved, and then something like, oh shoot, didn't see that one coming. So we do look at complete packages. Are they a contributor to the landscape? Do they have good disease and insect pest resistance or resilience, as well as site? Yes, so we look at everything. The biggest thing that we have going for us is that we're on the same campus with Marla Spivak and the Bee Lab. And actually, in our research fields, we use no pesticides, because literally when we're out there working, which I was right before I came over today, I turn off the water, a little bit of water comes out of the faucet, the honeybees are climbing all over my fingers. They're very gentle things too. So that is part of the overall package, and that's why we've placed an emphasis on two other things too, other than trees. One is edible landscape, because everything in an edible landscape is pollinator pleaser. And then shrubs. And I think a lot of people have discounted the value of shrubs, but when you go through a forest, you see tall trees, medium-sized trees, small trees, shrubs, the forbs, etc. So that's kind of how we pay attention to things, is what palette can contribute the best.
Okay, and is that information that you're collecting as part of your research being built into the tree selector guide that the urban sustainable landscape, I forget what it is, Solus at the University of Minnesota? Are you feeding that information to them so they can fine tune their tool to help people understand those impacts? Lovely.
Yeah.
That's excellent to hear. Thank you.
Welcome.
And then the last question I had was about introduced trees that we typically would not find in our landscape. Are you also looking at what potential those trees may have to become invasive in our landscape as the climate changes?
Yeah, again, well, for instance, Chad mentioned Katsura tree. Katsura tree was introduced to the United States back in the mid-1800s. So, yeah, we're cautious.
Okay.
And we do look at, does it have a reputation? There are a lot of things that we've been blindsided on. It was kind of interesting, a few years ago, another one of my graduate students conducted a survey in Minneapolis looking at the most invasive and aggressive species. Aggressives are natives that displace other plants. Invasives are introduced from outside of North America. Number 1, box elder. Number 2, green ash. Number 3, American elm. It wasn't until we got to place number 7 that it was actually an introduced species, Norway maple. So you get surprised all the time. Right now, for instance, the Nature Conservancy is trying to get rid of all eastern red cedar because it's so aggressive and it's moving in on the prairies and consuming them. Eastern red cedar is native to Minnesota. It's just, it's kind of a botanical bully, to be honest with you. So we do the best we can. We work very closely with the Minnesota Department of Agriculture. I sit on the committee for invasive species. But yeah, things slip through.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that it's something on your radar, so thank you.
Oh, it's absolutely.
Thank you for
on the radar.
clarifying that.
Yeah, no more about the farm.
Okay. Good.
Sure. Yeah, and one thing too, just it's kind of timely that you mentioned that as well, just on the note of being blindsided, there's another species out that's currently present in the Minneapolis urban forest, European black alder, is currently being considered by state committees for listing as an eradication species. So in partnership with the park board, we will identify escape locations of that species, especially adjacent to waterways. And there's another species out there called Manchurian alder that's been planted in really close proximity with European black alder, and that's not presented itself as an invasive threat. So alongside with the surveys, we can conduct DNA analysis to determine, well, are the species crossing or hybridizing, and are the Manchurian alders joining the European black alder in their invasive path down waterways in Minneapolis. So that's more of like a front lines type approach. So our research not only will identify locations to help address the eradication effort if needed, but then also determine, is this other species still safe to work with? Because the further we whittle down these species lists for planting, the more challenging it gets to regenerate and maintain the urban forest that we have.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the information and the update. It's always a pleasure. Seeing no further questions, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Against? Abstentions? That motion passes. We are adjourned. Thank you so much.
Time being 7:19, I will call the Legislative and Intergovernmental Committee to order. Secretary will please call the roll.
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Commissioner French.
Here.
Vice President Hassan.
Here.
Vice Chair Ita.
Present.
Chair Meyer.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, June 26th?
So moved.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Would someone like to move Resolution 2019-310?
I'd like to move Resolution 2019-310, a resolution authorizing the superintendent to submit in priority order 26th Avenue North River Access and Trail Connection for $3 million, Waterworks Riverside Phase $5 million, the Grand Rounds Missing Link implementation for $12.3 million, and the North Commons Regional Vision $11.25 million, for a total of $31.55 million to the state, to Minnesota Management and Budget, MMB, for the 2020 State of Minnesota capital budget.
Thank you. So this resolution makes one change to our existing agenda, which is that it adds the North Commons Regional Vision to our legislative agenda. So I requested a staff report about North Commons. Are we able to get that today? I just want to get some updates about what this is that we're adding and have some discussion around that part.
Chair Meyer and Commissioners, I apologize that Adam can't be here. He's dealing with some family emergencies. And so I will do my best to provide an update on the North Commons. What's shown here is that the $11.3 million would include the functions that are in the master plan considered to be phase one, which are the water park, the park improvements and the buildings. And then those constitute kind of the first phase things. And on the configuration of the master plan, they all need to happen together. The $11.3 million is about 60% of the funding required to accomplish that first phase of the project. And at the current time, there is about $2 million in park board funding that would be directed to that project if this were to proceed. So there's still a gap in funding. It's not unusual for us to be looking at projects like this with a gap in funding. There would need to be some additional funding brought into the project by working with our community advocates to build a coalition or paths towards additional funding to satisfy the entire funding request for the phase one project. Just so you know, the second phase or later phase of the project would include the premier athletic field, a seasonal dome, the refrigerated hockey rink, and some other more minor portions in the south half of the park.
Okay, so the first phase includes the renovation or relocation of the water park, a new community building, and new parking. That's what this would pay for.
That's correct.
Okay. Do we have any images of that, of what the designs are supposed to be? Are those in the, if you don't have them, then we don't.
I believe I have something that might show that. So this is the North Commons plan, and the project would include the components I described. So it would be the reconfigured parking area, water park, and the building area. And you can see they're kind of concentrated in one portion of the park, and it would be, I guess, impracticable to try and build them in separate stages, and that's why we've aggregated them together into one single first phase of the project.
Okay. So those parts have to go together, and then the dome is beneath that, and that comes later, is that right?
That's correct. At this point, we would look at other components of the project following on to that first phase.
Okay. So can you go through the numbers of how much the park board would need to contribute, how much we would ask from the state for both phase one and phase two?
So as I noted, and I think Adam might have actually had a better handle on the exact dollars, but the request is for $11.3 million. I can't do the math as quickly in my head as maybe others could, but that is about 60% of the funding that would be required. So a little more than half of this funding would be coming for that first phase project would be coming from the state. The remainder of it would be coming from other sources, with about $2 million coming from the park board at this point, with dollars that are allocated in the CIP.
All right, and in stage two, how much would it be? Do we have estimates on it?
Chair Meyer, I don't think I have that with me. We can get that for you as this comes forward to the board, because it would have been calculated as part of the master plan. I just don't have it with me tonight.
Okay. Is there any discussion about the resolution? Commissioner Vito.
My question, Michael, is what are the other sources? You said $2 million would come from the park board. What were the other sources?
So, Chair Meyer, Commissioner Vito, we don't know those sources yet, so we would have to do additional fundraising and, as I noted, look for coalitions of other partners to help us advance the full project.
Thank you.
Commissioner Severson.
Just a quick question. What does the EX mean, where it says X Premier Diamond?
Commissioner Severson, that probably means existing Premier Diamond.
Okay. You know, I just think as a board, we need to have more discussions around how important it is funding our recreation centers and improving them. We need more money to improve our rec centers. I received quite a few emails from concerned residents on the north side that were stuck in the 60s. And have you been to Brooklyn Park? Have you been to Burnsville? Have you seen their facilities? And I actually agree with them. I think that we've lost our way a little bit in committing to having premier facilities for our community. So I want us to remember that when we're talking about budgeting and finance, how important it is to move forward with funding projects like this.
Is there any further discussion? Oh, President Bourne.
Sorry,
Commissioner Kogel.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. A couple of thoughts that I have just on the priority order. You know, it seems to me that Commissioner Meyer's vision around and work on the Grand Rounds Missing Link is a pretty high priority, and you know, we've already secured the beginnings of the first phase of waterworks, and I'm not sure about this order generally speaking. If this is the priority order, I wouldn't want that, especially considering just thinking about some of these that are really matching for other funds, and the fact that our funds have not gone as far as they have been intended to go in the past. I'm interested, as Commissioner Severson said, in prioritizing what our board has said is the top priority of the entire board, which is investing in activities for young people, investing in youth, and that includes our neighborhood parks. So while I love, you know, access to the riverfront, I think that's important. I don't know if this list right now reflects the top priority of the top priorities of the park board as stated from the beginning of our visioning that we did as a board. Those are my thoughts. I also would love to see the loose line in there, just personally, be great.
Okay, so a note about that. So this was, aside from the North Commons regional vision being added, this was the previous agenda that the board had adopted. If you have amendments that you would propose to change the order or make additions, those would be in order. But first we'll go to President Bourne.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I would just echo the thoughts of both Commissioner Severson and Commissioner Cogill. I would feel more or less okay with approving whatever comes to the full board, but there is and I appreciate the work that staff has done and the opening conversation that staff was looking for feedback several weeks ago, and we provided some nominal feedback, but I just want to be very receptive of when staff asks for feedback, and then we're then running up against deadlines then for changes, and how challenging those could be to implement. But that said, I mean, I do, when I reconcile this list versus this board's prescribed values, I can't help but agree with Commissioner Severson and Commissioner Cogill, and I even go back to thinking about the superintendent's ideation centers. I would have to imagine that there would and could be a capital ask in that's currently an ask in the superintendent's levy request that we'll be looking at this evening. That could very well, maybe we should be looking at that here at the expense of some of these projects, and see if there are some other, if things like that are our priorities, those might be some things that we want to consider. So I'll give that some thought in between the time that this comes from committee to the full board at our next cycle, and see if we can think of some more youth-focused initiatives. Thank you.
Commissioner French.
I guess I want to kind of mirror what President Bourne and Commissioner Severson were saying as far as priorities and where we need to be spending our money at. And we have, to me, what I believe is a crisis as far as violence in our community. If we can put more resources towards our community centers where folks can be on the front line actually trying to stop some of this stuff, I just think we need to put our priorities in a proper community sense, and I don't think we're doing that just quite. So I think we can do better.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I'm not on this committee, so I appreciate being given the opportunity to speak. I've brought up a number of times this year as part of our budgeting conversations the fact that we are not adapting our landscapes to the effects of climate change as quickly as climate change is impacting people's ability to use our parks. So if we are talking about totally overhauling our bonding package, I think it might be worthwhile for us to have planning look at what a bonding request would look like for implementing portions of master plans throughout the city in areas where we're continuously having trails be closed or collapse, or buildings and other infrastructure that is not usable by the public because it's underwater for much of the season. So I don't know if there's support amongst my colleagues to look at something like that, but I'm hopeful there is, because there are huge swaths of the system that people can't use right now, either because it fell into a creek or a lake, or it's underwater, and it has been since this spring. Thanks.
Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I'm not on this committee. I appreciate the discussion. I would support Commissioner Musich's thoughts. I think that they're really important. And I also, I guess I'm curious, the loose line, do we have some sort of sense of what that dollar amount might be?
Chair Forney, Commissioner Meyer, when we presented this on July 17th, we did not have a specific amount for the loose line. What we know is that there would be several partners that we could be looking at to work with us. When we were framing this, we talked about a range of $2 to $4 million, not knowing exactly how those funders would actually come into the project, to the process of acquiring the property. One of the things that is important to recognize is that when we look at the city of Minneapolis or some of the other entities that might be interested in acquiring the portion of the CP rail for the loose line, is that they would be looking for the park board to take a lead role in that acquisition, but not expecting us to pay the entire bill for the acquisition.
Thank you. I guess I would support, Commissioner Colville's thought of having that also on the agenda. Guess those are my only comments. Thank you for putting it forward.
Commissioner Severson for the second time.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I also agree with you, Commissioner Musich, that we do need to prioritize some of the projects that are broke or not operable or need extreme repair. But that's why it's more important that we seek funding to make sure this happens. And I want to charge this board in seeking more funding, particularly from our partners at the city and the Board of Investment and Taxation, so we can get up to operating at the levels that we need to be operating at, and also encouraging the mayor and letting him know how important it is that we not only fix the projects that we have or start projects that need to be started, but that we also move forward in the direction of trying to bring our community centers and rec centers up to date with, I would say, just a standard practice kind of deal. I'm extremely interested in adding the loose line to this as well, and maybe putting the grand rounds, like the order is completely off. So I'd be interested in maybe in pulling the grand rounds off of this and adding the loose line to this. What is the strategy when it comes to, can we have too many things that we want to work on? Is this, at the Capitol where a project, they're just going to say this isn't going to happen, or what are your two top priorities? You guys have 5 or 6.
I'll let our lobbyist, Brian Rice, speak to that.
A good question. I I think our best strategy is to be deliberate, and if we've put something on the agenda and it still has merit, keep it there until it gets funded. I mean, that's kind of what we did the last several cycles, and it's paid off. I mean, probably our biggest success was the Stone Arch Bridge, which really didn't, we were lucky with MnDOT stepping in with $15 million and getting that fix in there. But we raised that issue. It was really important to us, and we stayed focused. 26th Avenue would be another good example. It hasn't gotten funded so far, but I think we have an excellent shot at that next year. And don't change your priorities. I mean, decide what's good and put it on the agenda and stand behind it and keep pushing it.
Thank you. Well, then I'd like to make a motion to add the Loose Line Trail to this resolution.
Is there a dollar amount associated with that?
I would guess if you said 2 to 4 million, I would say 4 million.
Okay, so can you read the amendment again?
I'd like to add $4 million for the Loose Line Trail.
That's at the end of the paragraph?
Yep.
Or wait, that's...
Well, no, because
Why don't you read it?
I don't like the priority that we have it in, and I don't have anything written up. I just think that we should add it, and I'd kind of like to change it because I don't like the priority that we have it in.
Can I recommend proposing an amendment to the full board when it comes back on September 18th?
Yes.
So is that withdrawing the motion?
Yep. I think there would be a lot of support for it. Then I withdraw my motion.
Is there any further discussion or amendments? Seeing none, all in favor is 2019-310, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor say aye. Opposed? We are adjourned.
Time being 7:38, I'd like to call the Recreation Committee to order. Secretary Ringo, can you make the call the roll? Sorry.
Commissioner Forney. Here. Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Vice President Hassan. Here. Vice Chair Severson.
Present.
Chair French.
To seek approval to approve the agenda.
So moved.
A second. Call the roll.
All this means say aye.
All in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I'd like to seek approval of the motion to approve the minutes from Wednesday, August 21st, 2018.
So moved.
All in favor of approving minutes from Wednesday, August 21st, 2019, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. We have one action, we have one study report today, data presentation, closing the gap investing in youth. I think Miss Jennifer Rangel and Superintendent Bangora will be doing the presentation.
Chair French, Commissioners, it's my pleasure to bring to you tonight a report, Closing the Gap, Investing in Youth. This was a great report to put together. It was an opportunity to revisit some data that I knew quite well from a few years ago, but also to learn about some new data that I kind of heard stories about, but hadn't ever quite put all together. So looking forward to bringing this to you tonight. Want to, as we begin, give a shout out to Larry Humphrey. Was amazingly helpful in putting this together, as well as Julie Wiseman and her team, Dawn Summers and her team, and Pamela, I'm still practicing it, Gokemeyer? There we go. So thank you to all of you. You did receive this report in your packet, so I'm going to hit the highlights. I won't hit it word for word, but I will hit the highlights for you. Similar to the report itself, we started out with a little summary of who are our youth. So based on the American Fact Finder data for estimates for 2017 gives you a sense of the number of youth in Minneapolis, about almost 82,000, makes up about 19.9% of the individuals in Minneapolis. And 22.8% of our households have youth in them. And when we talk about youth here, we're talking about individuals under 18. These individuals also make up 28.1% of the individuals in Minneapolis who are experiencing poverty. The Youth Coordinating Board on occasion puts out a State of Youth report. And so one of the interesting findings they had in their last one is that nearly 25% of students in Minneapolis public schools speak a language other than English as their first language. This gives you a little snapshot. The next body of information I'm going to go into really is some of the information that I've heard a lot of stories about as I've been within the Minneapolis Park Board. But it really became illuminating when you put it onto a graph and you could see how the data lays out. And this is really the story of how things have changed in recreation since about 2001 to about 2019. And you may say, why did I choose 2001? And 2001 was a year of significant investment in recreation. It was a time period where the then Superintendent Mary Merrill, Emeritus Superintendent at this point, and the Mayor, Sharon Sells Belton, had been working on many different historic initiatives for funding for parks. And 2001 was a time period where the BET had approved a $1.1 million increase for recreation services and safety for the park system. So it represents a time of good investment within our system. And you can see at this point in our recreation centers, we had 66 full-time staff assigned to recreation centers at that time. And today we have 46. So you can see how that's changed over time. And similarly with recreation, it's a little different. I'm going to use full-time equivalents here so that we had 156.77 full-time equivalents at that point, which means we might have had many more employees, but they weren't working the full time. But if you added all of their hours together, you would get 157 full-time equivalents, is how that, or 156 full-time equivalents. Today we have 133.64 full-time equivalents working part-time staffing. With Larry Umphrey's help, was able to look back and see, so what would that mean in terms of hours of service that we'd be delivering out of recreation centers in 2001 versus 2019 with that type of services. So we picked out 5 centers throughout the city and at different kind of size and scales, and you can see in particular the different size and scales are reflected in the hours per week. And you can see that for those 5 centers, just those 5, the difference between 2001 and 2019 in terms of what we are able to provide in terms of public service hours was just over 4,000 hours per year. And we would have to look at all of the centers to be able to give you a true total of how that was, but that gives you a snapshot of 5. Another key area we looked at was the story of Youthline and how Youthline funding has changed over time. And actually in 2001 it was at 17 employees, and then in 2002 it went up to 18, and you can see it sustained a high of 18 for several years. You can see its low was at about 8 employees in 2013, which was some of our historic lows in terms of staffing in our organization. And now we are sitting at about 12 in that area. So if we talk about the gap that's been created from 2001 to 2019, you can see that for recreation centers, we have a reduction in 20 full-time staff and 26.32 FTE, or full-time equivalent part-time employees. For Youthline, because there's a variation between 17 and 18 as the high, we have between 5 to 6 youth program specialists. If we take that and equate it to what today's dollar amounts would be for that difference in staffing, we come up with a $3.4 million gap annually. If we take that 3.4 and we look at the staffing composition that creates it, and we estimate how much of the time those staff are spending on youth versus, say, other individuals, we come up with approximately a $2 million gap specifically for youth. So then the next question we looked at, and I know this has been a question that several of you have posed, is, you know, we collect a lot of data, we do a lot of research, others also do the same or similar type of research, and what is the existing data, what is the existing research telling us about what Minneapolis thinks about the needs and desires for youth? So we looked at information that came from 3 different reports. One of them is actually the 2015 Closing the Gap, which was the Investing in Neighborhood Parks. The next one was the 2018 RecQuest Phase 2 Validation Report. And then the third one was a report completed by the City of Minneapolis, the 2013 Minneapolis Blueprint for Action to Prevent Youth Violence. Beginning with Closing the Gap, Investing in Neighborhood Parks, some of you will recall, because you were deeply involved with this work, we were doing this work at the same time that we were collecting baseline information for RecQuest, as well as our service area master plans. That means in general we got more data than we needed specifically for capital or maintenance type of questions. We got data beyond that. We used several different methods to collect this data. One of them was a statistically valid survey of city residents. We had community meetings where we had over 322 attendees. We had intercept events, much like you see our planning staff doing today all over the city with boards up and people putting dots and information. And we were at 24 events during that time with anywhere from 10 to 100 participants, depending on which event we were at. And we also had an online survey that isn't a statistically valid survey. That's a whoever wants to fill it out type of survey, but we had 354 respondents to that. And at the time, we used the information to put together the Close the Gap, Investing in Neighborhood Parks. And we recognized that at the time, there were 5 different key findings that came out. And one of the key findings, actually one that had some of the most support, was around programs and services, and specifically youth programs and services. So this first slide that I show you is from the statistically valid survey that Morris Leatherman completed for us. And what you see here is that youth sports programs and youth non-sports programs were 1 and 3. Based on the programs and services that we were currently offering and the level of importance the community was placing on them. So that would be representative of how the city of Minneapolis as a whole felt about the programs and services that we were delivering. You can see that on the same slide, number 2 was police protection in parks, and then number 4 was street lighting on parkways. Moving on, both I would say the community meetings as well as the intercepts in the parks, they give a lot, and that data is in your report, they give a lot of richness on what people might want to see in the future, but they don't talk specifically to the importance. But the next slide I will show you is the results from the online and paper survey. Now, these results, again, are not statistically valid. These are the 354 people who chose to complete the survey, so they are a select-in group, and they're choosing to complete the survey. What I always find is interesting, at some point when you get a certain number of people responding, the statistically valid data and the self-select data starts to become pretty similar. So like on the statistically valid survey, the top 3 were the same. We had youth sports programs, the providing police protection, and youth non-sports programs were rated the highest and very important. On this data, you get a lot more variation on the somewhat important, and I would invite you to take some time to just look at how that somewhat important column balances out amongst the different categories. But the ones that came in as very important as the highest were again, the youth sports, providing police protection, youth non-sports programs, and then connecting people to the outdoors. Next, we move on to Rec Quest Phase 2. This was the work that was most recently completed and actually was approved within your tenure, all of your tenure. And this report ended its work with basically 4 categories of program recommendation. 3 of them focusing in on youth, so youth development, equitable education programs, and access to equitable athletics. In this case, youth was defined as under 18. The one that isn't on here, the 4th one, was around senior programming. And then finally, the blueprint for action. This is a report that had a lot of collaboration, the City of Minneapolis, the Health Department, and what it's really looking at is the kind of human services, the kind of health aspect to prevention of violence. And it articulated 5 goals within this blueprint. We are actually called out as implementers at different areas in this report, and in particular, goal 1, 2, 3, and 5 have objectives in them that are either directly related to us doing some work around them or are consistent with work that we're doing. So fostering violence-free social environments, promote positive opportunities and connections to trusted adults for all youth, intervene with youth and families at the first sign of risk, and protect children and youth from violence in the community. At this point, we have the opportunity to talk a little bit about how these gaps will be filled. So one of the main points we'd want to make is the goal here is not just to refill those staff into the places that they previously were, so within recreation centers, but more to say, what is that next step? What is that next innovation for programming? What are those things that we want to roll out that we think are going to reset our position with youth in the city? And there's nobody better to talk about that than Superintendent Bangora.
All right, thank you, Chair French and Commissioners. So as Jennifer said well, is that when we start to look at what was happening in 2001 as compared to 2019 today, and looking forward to what we start to do within youth and programming, there's a significant shift. One of the things that I heard that people speak about all the time is sort of this new idea of what youth want and what they need. And so the data that drives this is kind of some of the things that I'm going to talk about here and what it means for this organization and how we change sort of our direction within recreation and give a foundation for the programs that go out to centers and what they deliver. One of the things that I've heard not only in speeches from not only our mayor when he talked about ideation, he talked about technology and having this gap of technology so we can work with our youth to lift them in digital literacy, which was really important. One of the things that I'm clear about was ideation spaces. But you know, these 6 pillars that I'll walk through are really a way that we start looking at quality programs that inspires today's youth. So one of the things we talked about was ideation spaces. And we have an opportunity within our rec centers to really look at something very different, to look at a space where we can create this place where youth can come in from peer to peer and really do some amazing work. When it goes around STEAM or STEM programs, we look at blogs, we look at documentaries, we look at ways that kids can do audio engineering, or they can do InDesign, they do graphic design work working with youth. We can talk about micro-entrepreneur businesses to where these youth are in these spaces and they create this art, and they do like hat and t-shirts, for example. We take an artist, a youth, then they create these micro businesses within these spaces where we teach them then how to run a small business, entrepreneur type businesses. What we're talking about is really keeping sort of this not passive space, but learning paths that leverage technology and art and aids youth and who are not aligned with traditional learning methods. So it really looks at a way that a young person might not go into a 4-year college, but we know they can go to 2 years of technology. We give them this experience that they can learn in our centers. Not only we call, I think former Mayor Ronbeck even talked about, we call alternative certificates, or even like a pass-through, where we can take these kids and give them this opportunity to do something really unique and peer-to-peer with staff as mentors and guiding them this way with technology. So really the future opportunity we talk about this, what really is about high demand in businesses or in job skills is technology. And so again, I think this is a a different way of looking at our centers and changing the space within our centers to address really this idea of ideation or technology and art, something that youth can go to after school to our centers to get something so unique, and again, youth creating their community and environment within our spaces. So there's a lot more information behind this. We've done this already. We've been doing this at Powderhorn Park for, 11 years now. An incredible spaces, but doing really wonderful work. I know that they just did a summer program with 15 Native American young women and did incredible projects. They've done documentaries, they do music, incredible work down there. And so we're talking about expanding that and growing that so that young people have something unique and different that's today. So that's one idea. Youth enrichment through community-focused employment is the second one. You know, we do very well, as we all know, our high-quality employment programs that we do. Teen Teamworks, Conservation Corps crews, Urban Scholars, Youth Design Team, new trades apprentices. It's hands-on job experience that these young people get. But they not only get the experience of working within our park system, but we can connect them to these new opportunities. We can connect them to ideation spaces. We can work with them so they take something very unique out of this. So imagine a person doing Teen Teamworks, but that young person that does something within an ideation space where they can do a documentary, for example, of a person that works in one of our centers, like Miss Willie over North Commons. They do a story about her, about the history, who she is, the history of North Minneapolis, the work that she has done there. And then we then show that within our park system. We do before movies in the park. It's an incredible way to connect intergenerationally our youth in ways that not only is youth employment, the enrichment of it is not just the work, but it's ways of connecting them in a different way that can give them something very powerful at the end of their experience within Teen Teamworks or our Conservation Corps. These give different avenues and access for youth to be enriched in different ways. So we do this very well, and it looks like, right now even our design team is looking at policy-making recommendations. It's pretty incredible for our park system. So we continue to focus on that, but also give more opportunities for our youth to grow in different ways. Nature program, which I'm really excited about. We're very uniquely positioned for this. Our centers are the nature locations in our city. We have parks everywhere. We have 47 parks, well 49, but 47 parks that do incredible work, but we need to center the work within nature at these places. One of the things we talked about, which we're very clear about it, and it's in the report, on what nature does and the research that it gives to young people or to anyone. But it's access to green spaces, which lowers BMI and obesity rates. They talk about it improves performance in reading, math, science, social studies. Nature program improves functioning children with ADHD. I can go on and on about the science behind this. What our focus is really bringing that nature component to our centers. We already do a wonderful job with Marilyn and with our environmental team. They do a fantastic job. But we want to center it more within our centers so that the staff there are really incorporating nature fundamentally in the spaces where the kids are at. So it's not a matter of coming in doing programs and then leaving. It's grounding it within our centers through these initiatives. And one of the things that I wanted just to read to you real quickly, Richard Loeb, he's the recipient of the Audubon Medal and author of Last Child in the Woods, said, as one scientist puts it, we can now assume that just as children need good nutrition and adequate sleep, they may very well need contact with nature. Reducing that deficit, healing the broken bond between our young and nature is in its self-interest, not only because aesthetics demand it, but also our mental, physical, and spiritual health depends upon it. And anyone knows Richard Loeb, it's an incredible statement, and I truly believe this. This is really important for our community and for our young people to experience that at our centers. And so some of the goals that we're going to focus around that is going to be around increased participation in nature-based programs at NPRV facilities, increase awareness of natural resources and nature-based recreation opportunities in Minneapolis, promote environment-friendly attitudes and behavior, promote health and well-being of Minneapolis residents through nature. So the real focus is going to be trying to look at nature as a fundamental component to our centers, not only, again, by what we bring into our centers, by the wonderful environmentalists that we have in our program, but also then grounding it in our centers so that it becomes natural for them to do these programs to connect our youth and our families to nature. Cycling, wonderful. I'm excited about this one. But it gives a variety of opportunities, such as youth bike camps, earn-a-bike programs, bike safety camps, basic bike repair, learn to ride, cycling without age, interpretive nature-based bike rides, field trips to the Worth Trailhead, Theodore Worth mountain biking, neighborhood and community bike rides, and I can go on and on what this means. I did a program back in the day when I was over at Phillips. The DNR donated bikes over to the Phillips area. We had kids that were basically in their neighborhood, and we called the program Off the Block. And we got these kids on bikes. The simple fact that the DNR said was, well, let's get kids fishing, right? So we got these kids on a bike. We created a bike program. These kids rode the parkways all the way to Benamacoska. But along the way, they stopped at bike shops. They witnessed art, public art in our communities. They interacted with communities. They went to different food places that they experienced different food that they went as they traveled. It became this whole process just by riding a bike. They understood the bike highway that existed in the city they'd never experienced before. They got from one location to another place on their own power, their own legs, their own lungs. And they got to this place where they experienced fishing then over at Benamacoska. And it was a simple idea, but what it gave these young people was this opportunity to explore the world in a different way, to experience things they never experienced before. And it's really simple because one of the pillars of NRPA was social equity, right? Conservation, health, and wellness, and social equity. Social equity is access to opportunity. These young people were able to get from one place to another on a bike. It's an incredible thing to experience. And this young people, we had a young man, a young boy at the time, that then found a job opportunity several miles away, but now realized he can get off the block, get to this place, and get a job by simply giving access by bike. So we're really going to push this to where the centers become the place the community goes to, and they know that in our centers you can learn to ride. You can experience nature. You can get out and do nature-based cycling where we have an interpretive piece where kids and families can ride in our greenways and learn about our system. So we have a lot of things that we can connect to that. Community gardening is another one we talked about. Community gardening, and I'm just going to read this quick quote here. It's all about the future and planting the seed both figuratively and literally. The seed that we plant in youth and the seed that we help them plant instills in them the knowledge and passion that will drive their appreciation for the conservation of the earth. All it takes is a seed to affect the life of a child or teen and the impact that they can make. And this is a local farmer, her name is Stephanie Frisbee back in North Carolina, who started an amazing program called BARN, Bringing Accessible Agriculture Recreation Now. And we expanded this community gardening program through all of our recreation centers simply by creating these raised garden beds in the back of our buildings where they were raising flowers and vegetables. At the end of the season, not only did these kids go in there and dug their hand in the dirt and raised pounds, hundreds and hundreds of pounds of vegetables, but they not only ate it, but they also gave it away at the end of the season. So imagine community standing there where these young people, not only did they grow the vegetables, they also worked with local farmers. They went to farmers markets. They brought their vegetables there. We had an amazing opportunity for these young people to learn about farming, sustainability. They learned how to do soil testing, soil amendment, proper site selection, soil preparation, tool selection, planting seasons, vegetables and fruits to be grown, choosing seed versus plants. All these things that we teach our young people, we can do it in our centers. We are positioned for that. We can do that. So imagine again when I talked about the youth enrichment piece where we have these TeamWorks people, these young people. They can go here, they can help build these raised flower beds. They can work with these young people and engage in a way that can help them grow. It gives them this youth enrichment that's different because now they're working with the community to help kind of raise these vegetables, these flowers, and create this gardening experience in our centers. And that's pretty exciting. And talk about intergenerational opportunities. Imagine our entire community of older adults working with these young people. And so all these things interact and they connect in ways that I think can be really powerful for our organization. But again, it gives the fundamental in our rec centers this opportunity to do something really unique and different. And with that, I can go back to intergenerational centers for excellence. One of the things that we talked about here is that, we know that there's a senior push. I'm very passionate about our senior programs. One thing I heard very clearly was our senior programs that we offer in centers. So when I talk about youth, though, I talk about a way of creating this intergenerational spaces where youth and older adults can thrive together. And what better place to share life and the power of an adult, an older adult, to share that history and to share that knowledge that our residents have to our young people. So if we create this space, this intergenerational centers of excellence, where we can create a place where adults can play, and do technology,
and arts and music and games and exercise, storytelling, cycling, all these things together with our youth in these spaces, we create a true community of people working together intergenerationally. So these are the ideas that we have looking at these 6 pillars. These pillars, as we work through them, can change. They can be new ones that arise. And then we create these spaces for our young people in our community. But the idea is it gives a fundamental thing that we're known for, that we're experts in, based on research, based on data, based on innovation, trends, best management practices, accreditation. It looks at this holistically so that if I love sports and I'm at a facility and I do sports, but if I'm not realizing preschool, seniors, cycling, right, digital literacy, this gives the foundation to our centers in a way that we now create the thing that's very unique about who we are and what we do and deliver to our community and our kids. It gives a foundation, and the data drives it. And so we know that these ideas are just ideas, but they're powerful. And I can't emphasize enough when I talk about these ideation spaces, I know that the board has talked about this, how important it is to lift our young people out from opportunity and give to them technology that can then make them really give an opportunity within the workforce and the skills to go forward and enrich their lives. So these are just some areas. I could go on for hours about this and talk about more of it, but I just want to share some of it. It's in your packet. We can have one-on-ones with this also, but these are some of the areas that I wanted to share with you today. Thank you.
Any questions, comments? President Bourne.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair French, Superintendent, Deputy Superintendent, and all of our staff. Thank you for compiling this wealth of information. I'm really excited that the board set you to task, Superintendent, and you delivered on a very clear vision for recreation and how to start making up for that. The generations of more than a generation now of underinvestment in our city's youth. So I'm very appreciative of this pathway that you have spelled out that works with youth in ways other than how we traditionally have always worked with youth. So I'm very excited to see some of this come into reality, and I see that there's something that is reflective from what it looks like. Every conversation that I heard in the last year from commissioners, I'm seeing something reflective of everyone's best desires for recreation and our youth in that. So well done, and I think we have the groundwork of a very good case from the incredible work that was done with Closing the Gap report to really also highlight just the quantifiable underinvestment that we've had in our city's youth. So thank you for compiling the report.
Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, Chair. I hope that I see you have cycling in here, but I hope that we can include more sports into this because I see a lack of continuity with us being committed to athletics in Minneapolis, and I know it's extremely important to families, and there's a lack of communication about what we're exactly offering in our communities. And I know that we can be hugely successful, make sure our kids have something to do, whatever their choice is, but I'd like to see that added somewhere in here, maybe, cycling's there, but maybe athletics is there instead of just cycling. So, thanks.
Commissioner Foney.
Thank you, Chair French. First of all, how many centers right now do we have that are open 7 days a week? Harry.
4.
Thank you.
I had to look back at Commissioner French and Commissioner Borney. We have 4. 4.
Okay. And I know that was an initiative that a year ago, or over a year ago, it's been now, whatever, that we were trying to push. Do we anticipate that this might increase?
Yes, I think that looking at this study and the possibilities, one of the things that if we looked at the actual statistics or the graphs here, that would be something that we would look at, of course, to meet the needs of our community and to meet the needs of our youth, is looking at the hours in our buildings.
and how we can address the needs specifically after school too when it comes to programming. As we kind of grow the programs, that's something we would look at, of course, to meet the needs of the community. Foundationally, we wanted to make sure that we had programs that were that youth are excited about to come to. And as we start to kind of build capacity around that, the needs then will kind of speak for itself. And then we would look at, of course, our hours of operation and how we can meet those needs.
And I mean, I think I understand some of the reasons why we closed centers down, okay? But I guess more it's a situation, is there, number one, a need to be open 7 days a week or nights, you know, whatever it might be and everything. And I hope a part of this that we could be looking at some of that. And I know we've been evaluating those 4, you know, centers. So anyway, it's a continuing concern to me, you know, how that looks, you know. I don't know what that outcome's going to be. And then the other thing that pops into my mind is we have done such an excellent job of master planning the system from service area to rec center to a rec quest, whatever. All of those things have been done so well, and how that dovetails with this. I don't know what that looks like, but to me, you know, we've got such a wealth of foundation there. As you found, of course, you know, with the closing the gap, you know, we had so much information already. Anyway, so that's just something that, you know, I hope that you'll keep in mind. And the last thing I was going to say is that one of the things that came out of closing the gap was our racial equity matrix. And I hope that there's something that we can create, some sort of, you know, how we measure this, how we roll it out, et cetera, that will also come out. And Jennifer, I know you're eager to say something. Go ahead.
Chair French, Commissioner Ford, I didn't mean to hurry you along by any means, but I do think it's important to point out that a lot of the master plans introduced agricultural areas as well as natural areas into neighborhood parks. So I think when we think about these ideas that are being put out, in order for those things to work, we will need to have a programming aspect to it. We will need to have an investment on that program side. And so I feel like, to your point, the needs that will emerge out of those master plans start to get covered in these initial 6 pillars.
Yeah, I mean, it may be just wonderfully obvious, and I hope that's the way, but, you know, as long as we have that.
That's a really good point.
Glasses on and everything. Thank you. Very excited.
Vice President Hassan.
Thank you, Chair Finch. I will just follow up with Commissioner Ford's question about how many parks are open. You said 4. Do we know those 4 parks? Is there anyone that can tell me where those parks are?
Chair French, Commissioner Hassan, right now the 4 sites that are open 7 days a week are Northeast Park, Farview Park, Whittier Park, Martin Luther King Park, and East Phillips Park. And also to address Commissioner Forney's question, we do track numbers and programs over the extended hours on the Sundays, and they have consistently been growing, and feedback we have gotten from patrons is that there is a strong interest in having 7-day-a-week programming at more sites.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Well, great job. I love the report, and I can't wait to, if I can get if you guys can send me, and can send us, share with us the PowerPoint, that'll be great too. One last thing that I wanted to say to my fellow commissioners is that it's very important that, especially winter's coming up, that our seniors, our youth deserve centers where they can exercise, you know, especially in Cedar Riverside, you know, which is the highly populated youth in the city of Minneapolis, and a lot of seniors that live in that area don't have, you know, access to our park. And we do have a Branco that's operated by Blissby United, but it's not open to the public. And some of my colleagues went there where sometimes it was closed during the day, and they were refusing people to use it even though the space was open. However, I think which is one of the main reasons why we need to set a taxi levy. And so we have enough resources to operate and to serve our youth and our seniors. But thank you so much.
Anybody else? Doesn't seem so. I think, so I just want to say thanks for the report. When Superintendent Bangor took over, he told me it was a lot of stuff that he wanted to do that was different. And the inundation spaces, to me, are some of, I wouldn't say revolutionary, but to me, I was when I was a code 8 and I sat at desk, and there was always some type of sports going on. There was always wrestling. There was always, basketball or something. But then there was that one kid who wasn't interested in any of that stuff, but he still liked to come to the park. And what would happen, we would sit down, we'd be talking about comic books for the next hour and a half, which was cool with me. But there are kids like that in our city that we could provide spaces for, who are, they just beat at a different drum than everybody else. And those are the kids who don't necessarily always come to parks. And I would love to see if we can get that population in our parks, enjoying our parks and being lifelong park users. So it's good to get data to figure out what's going on. It's good to get data to see what used to happen. But it's also awesome to see what we're going to use that data to actually make improvements to our park system, which is what you talked about when you first took the job. So much impressed with not only the report, but the plans to do what we want to do with the results of the report as well. So thank you, Superintendent Bangor. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Rango. I appreciate all your work.
Thank you.
You guys have anything else to say? You guys are good? All right, cool, awesome. With that being said, I would entertain a motion to adjourn the Recreation Committee.
So move.
All in favor of adjourning the Recreation Committee, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We are adjourned.
The time being 8:18, I would like to call to order the Administration and Finance Committee. Will the Secretary please take the roll?
Commissioner French.
Here.
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Vice President Hassan.
Here.
Vice Chair Cogill. Chair Vita.
Present.
You have a quorum.
I would ask for a motion for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
All those in favor of approval of the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, abstentions? I would ask for a motion for approval of the minutes from Wednesday, August 21st, 2019.
So moved.
All those in favor of approval of the minutes, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstention? The motion passes. We have some action items.
I will move Resolution 2019-312, a resolution requesting the Board of Estimate and Taxation set a maximum property tax levy for the 2020 budget at an estimated amount of $71,472,000, an increase of 8.72% to be allocated to the Park and Recreation levy in the amount of $69,596,000, and the Tree Preservation and Reforestation levy in the amount of $1,876,000.
Thank you. We have a presentation from Ms. Julie Wiseman, our Finance Director. Julie, thank you.
Good evening, Chair Vito and Commissioners. First, I want to say that according to our budget schedule, this should have been brought before you on August 21st. Because of scheduling conflicts, we weren't able to bring it until tonight. So in order to maintain to the schedule with the BET, we have requested that the committee and the full board address this topic this evening, and I'll go over that schedule a little bit later in the presentation. So on August 15th, the mayor presented his recommended budget for the city of Minneapolis. So I'm first going to highlight information out of the mayor's recommended budget that is directly related to the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. So the first thing is the mayor recommendation supports the MPRB current service level. So you'll see the Minneapolis Park Board levy for 2020 in the mayor's recommended budget is recommended at $69.5 million, or a 5.73% increase. That includes both the city's general fund levy as well as the tree preservation reforestation levy. Several years ago, the mayor's or the city has consolidated those into one line in their presentation. So I wanted to just take a brief minute to talk about the current service level budget. We had our board budget retreats back in May, and since that time we have sent updated information through email to the commissioners, but I wanted to take just a little bit of time because back in May we had talked about a current service level of about 8%. And now I am saying 5.73% is our current service level. So the changes that happened since then is we were taking on the commons. We identified that if the city did not support providing us funding for the commons, that we would need to increase property taxes. So on a couple other slides, I will show you that the mayor's recommended budget indeed supports providing funding for the commons. So we took that out of our current service level calculation for our maximum property tax levy increase. Since May, the state legislature sessions had closed, and we as a park board are going to be receiving a little over $250,000 more in additional local government aid. So we reduced our current service property tax levy request by that equal amount. Health insurance estimates changed. When the mayor's recommended budget came out, the estimates were in the mayor's recommended budget at 5% instead of the 7% we had built in, so that's a reduction of $150,000. And then the city of Minneapolis, in the mayor's recommended budget, reduced our overhead charge that we are charged annually, and that reduction is $180,000. So they reduced our charge and then reduced the current service level by that dollar amount. And then there were other smaller estimate changes to adjust to the $3.7 million that the mayor then recommended as our current service level. Moving on, the mayor's recommendation, the mayor's budget supports an MPRB property tax levy increase of 4% over the years 2021 to 2025. The local government aid, again, I mentioned that it is slightly increased, and we will be receiving approximately $9.6 million. The commons in the 2020 mayor's recommended budget, it includes contractual services for the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board of the $750,000 to operate and maintain the commons. The mayor's recommended budget shows this as a one-time funding in 2020. Looking at the 20-year neighborhood park plan, on the net debt bonding base and then the net debt bonding for neighborhood parks, even though the dollar amounts are slightly different from year to year, in total, it's the mayor's recommended budget supports the $10.5 million per year. For parkway paving and lighting, we are still showing the parkway paving program at $700,000 a year and lighting at $350,000 a year. In conversations with the City Public Works Department, of which they did a presentation a couple weeks ago to the Board of Estimate and Taxation, they assured President Bourne during that meeting, and the mayor also said that we are included in the MPP 20 street program as far as assessments of condition, pavement condition indexes, and maintaining our parkways in the same condition comparatively or in aggregate as the city. However, we are not seeing any additional money being allocated in this CIP program at this point, so it is something that we will need to continue to watch and monitor. So before you, as committee tonight, you have Resolution 2019-312, and the dollar amount, as was read, is for $71.4 million, or an 8.72% increase. So on this chart, I have allocated out how we got to the 8.72 request. So the first line, or the first lines show the current service level of the 5.73%. That is consistent with the mayor's recommendation. Then, if you remember, during our board retreats, we had prioritized some initiatives. Our investing in youth included additional money for youth employment, additional money for the ideation spaces, expansion of the wraparound schools, and addition of free after-school programming. And so that's what the 1.2 million, or almost 1.3 million, equates to. And then we had the increased access and reduced carbon items, so that was the increase for snow plowing and an energy management system. That is what priority 3 is alluding to. And then there's consideration for additional initiatives of $432,000, which haven't been specifically identified to specific initiatives, but we all know at the budget retreat that there were many initiatives that both the staff and the board had presented as options for the budget going forward. So those are for you for consideration. And what our next steps are is that the Board of Estimate and Taxation holds the public hearing on September 11th, considering the 2020 maximum property tax levy. So our hope would be to bring the resolution forward to the Board of Estimate and Taxation, as well as do the presentation that night. And then the Board of Estimate and Taxation sets the maximum property tax levies on September 25th. And I will open it up to questions.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair Vito. I'm not on this committee, so I'd appreciate being given the opportunity to ask questions. Ms. Wiseman, when our levy request was presented to the mayor, did we include the current service level plus priority 2, plus priorities 2 and 3, plus priorities and initiatives information at that time?
Chair Vita and Commissioner Musich, in conversations that we have had with the city finance staff and the city's mayor's office, as well as with the mayor, included our current service level presentation, the priority 2 investment in youth, and priority 3 the increased access and reduced carbon.
Okay, thank you. And during those briefings, did he indicate any additional informational needs he would have in order to be able to support those requests?
Chair Vito and Commissioner Musich, I will defer to Jennifer Ringel.
Commissioner Vitak, Chair Vitak, Commissioner Musich. There were several requests for information related to information about the positions and factors that led to an increase in the current service level. We provided that information. There was information wanting details about the priority 2 and the priority 3. We provided any of the information that was requested to us to the best of our ability.
Okay. So we provided everything we had to support the request that we were making, and we were not that amount was not included in the mayor's budget. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, Chair Vito. I really want to have more of a robust conversation, maybe not now, at some point, addressing the Parkway paving program. $700,000 is not enough money to address some of these issues that we're having on multiple parkways. I don't think it needs to be doubled. I think it needs to be tripled at this point. And I don't think that taking money and getting one project done for 3 or 4 years is the right thing to do. I think we need to increase this, and I think that our partners at City Hall need to understand this, and I think that it's our job as a board to provide the most basic level of government and make sure that our streets are safe to drive on. So I want to have a more robust conversation with everybody on this board about that, and I would like for everyone on this board as a unified front to go in and figure out a way to increase the parkway paving program by tripling what we currently provide and put into that.
Any further discussion? President Bourne?
Thank you, Chair Vita. I just want to thank our staff for the work that they've done on presenting really probably one of the most robust frameworks for a levy request that I recall. One of the requests that we had from the mayor's office this year, and folks will recall, is that we work long-term towards trying to align our budget presentations. So folks will remember how early this year we started really sharpening our pencils and honing in on our priorities. I want to thank the mayor's office for engaging in that earnest conversation, and also the one thing that I'm very thankful to the mayor of is both in our previous budget cycle and in the mayor's recommended budget this year, there's not been a question about current service level, and that has not been the case with previous boards and previous mayors. One of the challenges that I think our staff were presented with is the prioritization of what this board came here to do, which is address the deficiencies that the superintendent just pointed out in his Closing the Gap report, and addressing a generation of underinvestment in our youth, which is every bit as important, if not more, than the generations of underinvestment in our infrastructure. So I think that this is a natural extension of that conversation. And I think that this levy is, and as the superintendent's budget will start to shape up coming closer to October, I think we'll see some more specifics here. I did have a question on the consideration of additional initiatives number, the 432,000. One of the questions or concerns that I would have in looking at that number, if that's a supported number, I don't know if we should be looking at expanding a already robust list that is starting to address some needs. But even one of the things that I think every commissioner on this board has experienced in capital projects in their district is oftentimes our capital projects are under budgeted, and by the time we're implementing, costs end up being significantly higher, and then we're looked at then neighbors, after they've spent like a significant amount of time in energy planning, are then presented with the option like, okay, you said you wanted a wading pool and a swing set, and we had a very authentic conversation about that. Now you only get one, and we inherently, by the way our capital budget works, start to pit youth services against each other. And so I would encourage us, if we are looking at this 400,000 in consideration of additional initiatives, that this board would consider allocating that towards budget overruns in our CIP. So that's my thought on that. And then Director Wiseman, can you just kind of walk through next steps? I mean, the kind of elephant in the room is that we're presenting a different number than what the mayor has presented, and kind of what are some next steps both at the BET, what might we be looking for from the mayor's office at this point, and just kind of walk us through that.
So Chair Vito and President Bourne, I will say that there have been a few times in recent history where we have recommended a property tax levy above what the mayor recommended in the mayor's recommended budget. In my tenure here, what has happened is that the mayor's office, well, first of all, the mayor has the opportunity to veto any resolution that this board passes. But also the mayor, when the mayor doesn't support a resolution that has been passed by this board, but doesn't necessarily want to veto it. We have had mayors where they don't sign the resolution, so they're not signing in a show that they don't support it, but they're allowing it to move forward in the process, meaning this is the maximum property tax levy request. This is your board's desire for a maximum property tax levy request, and have it move forward to the BET and have the BET and the overall conversation and ultimate decision happen within the BET's purview. If the mayor should choose to veto this resolution that you passed tonight, you'll notice here that the public hearing is on the 11th, and the Board of Estimate and Taxation sets the maximum levy on September 25th. We just so happen to have a full board meeting on September 18th, which is right in between those two, and Council Rice, is it by charter, that we need to bring the resolution back to our board at the next meeting, which would be the 18th, and offer, for your opportunity to override that veto. And if the veto was overridden, it would be overridden in time for that resolution to go forward to the Board of Estimate and Taxation for consideration on the 25th.
And then just one more question. Can you go back to the slide for the recommended budget and the different total city budget in changes to the levy? So our 5.7, I think it was one of your first slides. Can you describe to me a little bit, and I know you're not city finance staff, but can you describe to me a little bit, I know the mayor presented in his recommended budget a 6.95% levy increase, but I'm looking at the general fund of the city of Minneapolis increases by over 13%. Can you talk a little bit about the park board's reliance on the levy versus the city's reliance on the levy? And just where that, how a 6.9% levy increase yields a almost 14% increase in the general fund?
Chair Vito and Commissioner Bourne, I may not be able to specifically answer it in the manner that you just requested, but what I will say, the main thing to understand is that, one of the biggest things that citizens get confused about is they see the 6.95% from the city, and then they hear that we want to increase property taxes by 5.73 or by 8.72, and they think that that's 6.9 plus that 8.2, and it's not. We are included in the city's total. So on the slide that I talked about our property tax levy, I also had a column for the citywide, what our 8.72 calculates to for the citywide tax. The one thing that you will see here is that, yes, every presentation that I provide to this board, we show in our general fund, we are very heavily reliant on property taxes. 70%? About 70% of our general fund budget is funded by that one funding source. On the city side, the city has a lot of other fees and charges and local sales tax and lots of other things. So on the city's side, it's about 46% as opposed to our 70%. As far as when we looked at the general fund number increasing by 13.31, that does not equate to a city department being increased by 13%. The city is experiencing some declines in other revenue sources that they are offsetting now with property taxes. The city departments, when we looked at the city department pages in the mayor's recommended budget, there's fluctuations with every city department up and down, but it's approximately a 7% increase to the city general fund departments.
Okay. And I did just have, thank you for your patience, Chair Vita. I have one very quick detail question. On the funding for the Commons, and this might be a Assistant Superintendent Schroeder question or Superintendent Bangora, but the funding for the Commons only covers maintenance, and which is basically a transfer of that funding to Green Minneapolis. And so for the last several months, we've been doing youth programming out of the Commons, and as a neighborhood park, we would have the expectation to continue to do some youth programming. Is there programmatic elements in that $750,000 transfer from the Commons?
Chair Vito and President Bourne, no, there is not. It is just strictly maintenance.
So if the park board was operating a downtown neighborhood park in the same way that we operate every other one of our neighborhood parks, it's through providing recreational programming, and we would have to find that funding someplace else. So there are other neighborhood parks that, if we're having rec programming at the Commons at a current service level budget, we are pulling rec programming from other neighborhood parks. If I'm at the back of the envelope, is that a fair, Superintendent, is that a fair back of the envelope assumption? Okay, thank you. I think this is a good start. Again, thank you for all the work, and thanks for the city for engaging in an earlier on process for us. And I think we're in a better spot, but we certainly have some conversations that we need to have moving forward. So thank you, Director Wiseman.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Cogill.
Thank you, Chair Vita. My first question is, back on the slide of the various priorities, I wasn't clear after Commissioner Musich's question. Was the consideration of additional initiatives also part of the discussion with the mayor, or was it not part of the discussion with the mayor?
Chair Vito and Commissioner Cogill, it was not a part of the mayor's conversation. So basically, when we talked to the mayor and information that we also sent to the BET in July, we outlined a property tax levy increase of 8.72%. Since the current service level adjustments were made, which would in essence reduce our ask to the 8.06%, which is the line on current service level plus priorities 2 and plus priorities 3. The additional line was added to bring it back up to the 8.72% that we had been talking about. So we've talked about the dollar amount, but this specific line was not talked about.
Okay, I see. That's helpful. I suppose what I'd say is that in part of our good faith effort to work with the mayor from the beginning, I think it's a priority of the board to state the overall goals that we've discussed this entire time and to state that in this resolution. But it seems to me that if we were talking about resolutions or priorities 2 and 3 with the mayor's office, those should be the ones reflected in the request that we're bringing forward. That's my thought, and I don't know if others have thoughts about that, but I kind of am thinking that I would want to reduce that amount by the 0.66%.
So Chair Vitale and Commissioner Cogill, I did this slide specifically so you could have those types of conversations. Great. So you could talk about just doing the current service level, or you could talk about doing the current service level plus the investment in youth, or you could talk about doing the current service level plus the priorities 2 and 3. So I have totals here for each of those options as you have conversation this evening about that. And once you get closer to consensus, I actually have redlined versions of the resolution for each of those scenarios.
Okay, so if I just clarify my thoughts to everybody, I think my thinking is this. I think it's important that we as a board pass something that represents the priorities that we discussed in multiple sessions of discussion about our priorities with all of the ideation that we did. I also think that should be consistent with what we've been bringing to the mayor in this effort this entire year to have a better dialogue earlier on in the process. And if he isn't appraised, or the office wasn't appraised of the additional initiatives in their conversations, I don't see how that a good representation and best foot forward. So that's my thought at this time.
Commissioner Hassan.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita, and thank you, Director Weissman, for the presentation. Well, one thing that I'll just repeat again, and I talked about earlier, the committee that we had earlier, the other committee, is investment in youth and seniors is very important to me, and it's one of the things that I'm very passionate about. And having the research that that we can serve our people is a great thing, but also the city and the mayor should also reflect the communities that they serve. One of the big examples right now, the mayor and Councilmember Worsham is trying to build a mall in City Riverside. They'll be using public money, and I think that's more important. Invest in youth. It's more important to me than. And if you go to the city website, it's a African Village Public Market project that the city will be supporting in 2020. That will be groundbreaking in 2021. Is that one of the reasons it's actually across the Brian Cole Center, which is again highly populated youth in the city of Minneapolis who doesn't have one of the main reasons why they wanted to place this park in is that it has a history of crime and public safety. That's a big issue, and that needs to be replaced in programs and see the Riverside and area surroundings. And I think as the commissioners, we should be supporting bringing more resources into the park than supporting the city's tax levy. And I think the mayor and the city council, and as well as the BET should also know that it's very important to some of the commissioners that's sitting here. And the only thing that I'll say again is that my colleagues to support the maximum tax levy that it's in this motion, and I'll be supporting this motion as one of the committee members here, is that we do need resources to thrive. And we do need to serve our youth and make sure they have, we meet the needs that they deserve. And the only thing we can do there is come here and support each other, and we shouldn't be even questioned about this issue. And that's all I have to say right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, Chair Vitale. I'm not on this committee, but so did I understand that the presentation is going to be happening, what is it, the 11th? But the vote will not be actually taking place until the 25th. So the 18th is when you're looking for some guidance here, but we can realign on the 18th. Is that what I'm hearing when it comes to the full board? No, this is coming to the full board tonight.
Yeah.
Great.
Chair Vitale and Commissioner Forney, I'm requesting that this be considered tonight as the full board, so that when we present to the Board of Estimate next week on the 11th, we have a board-approved resolution regarding our maximum property tax levy.
But you indicated something about the 18th, we might be able to.
So what I was explaining is that because there's a potential this evening that this board would pass something higher than what the mayor recommended, that there is a potential that the mayor would veto the resolution. And if the mayor vetoed the resolution, it would need to come back before you on the 18th for an override of the veto.
Super. Thank you. One of the things that would be helpful, not tonight, but at some point, is what our history of what we have asked for and our history of what has been levied. And I don't know how you put the line in there. Paul does, but I don't. Anyway, is how to put in also economic trends. When there's been a recession, things like that. So whatever, I think that would be helpful for us in quote unquote selling this. And then lastly, I would support Commissioner Cogill's viewpoint of the last item, the additional initiatives, that if we were going to eliminate something, that is what I would eliminate. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. President Bourne for a very brief second.
For the second time, I just, thank you, Chair Vita. I will be brief. I just wanted to add a point of clarification to address some of Vice Chair Cogill's concerns. Director Wiseman, so the 8.72 number in full transparency, and I'm agnostic on this 432. I think that there are some reasons to have that asked, and there are some reasons not to. On the front end, the board in our budget retreats all had consensus around the number 8.72. And that was the direction that staff had. That was the direction that staff had coming out to build that number. They subsequently, our staff and city staff, sharpened their pencils because we did this process so early. And if you could go back to, you had showed, Director Wiseman, you had shown what some of those changes were to where that 436, where there was a delta there. So where I think that there would be an argument to stay at that number is like the health insurance change estimate. There's a savings in our employees are healthier, so our health insurance is the cost is decreasing. We're doing a more effective, these are savings that the park board is playing a role in helping to realize. And we can talk about the level of that role that we're helping to realize, but I don't want to start the precedent of if there is $1 in savings because our folks all are healthier, that we have to fight for that $1 to come back for youth. So I appreciate staff splitting that out, and I think the 8.06 number is very reasonable, but I do just want to illustrate that I don't think it's the intention of the mayor's office or this board for this entity to be punished for finding savings and saving efficiencies. So if we find some savings efficiencies, that's exactly what this board is talking about, finding those savings and putting them into youth. But I think the point is very well taken that we also had consensus around a group of priorities, and that we sharpened our pencils and there was some savings around that. I think that cuts both ways. So thank you, Chair Vita.
Thank you, President Bourne. I have a question, Director Wiseman. So do we have funding that is taken, our tax levy dollars, does that money include like neighborhood parks funding, or is neighborhood parks funding separate than those dollars?
Chair Vito and Commissioner Bourne, as a part of the Neighborhood Park Plan 20-year program, property taxes were increased by $3 million in 2017, and that financed the maintenance levels, so the mowing levels, if you remember the mowing levels, the inspection levels, so there were service levels that were increased, and it was maintenance focused. So not recreation, just maintenance. The repair, rehabilitation, and capital program is funded through the city of Minneapolis through their capital program. At this point, the ordinance says that the additional $8 million for that can come from any city source, but the city has chosen thus far to fund that through net debt bonds.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm not going to be supporting this tonight. I'm not going to be supporting it because I've stated in the past that I think the only way that we could get an increase is to put a burden on people that probably are barely making it as homeowners. We're going to be raising taxes for people who are probably having problems with paying taxes already. So I'm not supportive of increasing taxes at all. Also, I think the mayor is being more than fair to us. The resolution is increasing the mayor's budget, asking for him to give us like more than $2 million. I think right now it's $3.8 million. What we're asking for would be $5.7 million. And the current recommendation from the mayor provides us with our current service level. I've also stated many times that I don't think that the burden of youth recreation is solely on the city of Minneapolis and the mayor's office. I would love to see us hire a staff grant writer that focuses on getting funding for some of our youth recreation services. That position is going to be key for this organization in the future. I'm going to stand by that as long as I serve on this board. We need to get a grant writer in here that is going to solely work on getting us funded around youth recreation. Also, we need to be working more collaboratively with the mayor's office. I keep saying this also. We've had significant increases over time, maybe not the level that we need to be on, but I would rather work on a long-term plan with the mayor's office, with the city, on getting there at some point. It may not be during our tenure, but I would rather have a long-term plan in place and be able to, you know, work collaboratively. I don't like this idea of us coming up with a number without talking through things with the mayor's office and then coming to these type of solutions. So again, I'm not going to be supporting this. I support the mayor's proposed levy, and I'm willing to work in other ways moving forward to get more dollars in for youth recreation and what we've talked about as commissioners, what we want to see in our city around youth, and this is just not the only way, in my opinion.
I have a point of clarification.
Yes.
Am I able to amend something that I resolved? Okay. In that case, I would like to make an amendment to change the maximum property tax levy to 8.06%, or $71,040,000.
He
Do I
has
need
an
to speak?
amendment. He has an amendment on the floor. You need to
Okay.
hear the amendment.
He just read it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so the amendment would change the property tax levy increase that's being requested to the BET to 8.06%, or $71,040,000. The reason being, as I stated, that in the interest of working with the mayor's office hand in hand and bringing forward only the priorities that we've discussed, that we would bring priorities 2 and 3, which are reflected in the 8.06% level of service. And then also, as I said, bringing forward these priorities because they are the priorities that this entire board discussed at multiple retreats over the past year and over the past really couple of years. And to not bring those forward, I think, would be a disservice to the people of Minneapolis and to the BET to not understand what the true needs are of our system.
Any discussion on the amendment? Commissioner Musich?
Thank you, Chair Vita. So I'm not on this committee, but I appreciate being given the opportunity to speak again. My understanding from the answer to my earlier question was that the current service level plus priority 2 and current service level plus priorities 2 and 3 were presented to the mayor and to the BET.
That is correct.
Okay, so they were aware of what we said our priorities were, and they determined that there's not going to be money for us to do that this year. I don't see a path forward for us to get this passed. I think the mayor is likely going to veto this, even if there are enough votes to overturn that veto. We are burning the good faith that we have built up with the mayor, and I don't see us having the votes on the BET to achieve the number we are seeking. So if our goal is to get everyone in city government to think that we don't intend to be team players, that's what this motion will achieve.
President Board.
Thank you to the amendment. I'm certainly agreeable to it. I think Commissioner Cogill's point is very well taken. Just to a point of clarification on the process, no one has determined anything yet. The mayor has presented a recommended budget. It's our job to put forward a recommended budget and a recommended levy. The BET The BET has heard that. There's a public hearing coming up. The BET ultimately makes that determination on what funding is available, and that BET is composed of 6 members that have yet to take a vote on anyone's levy. I think to start out of the gates negotiating against the kids in Minneapolis is not a good practice. I think the board has said what we're looking for, and I think we move forward with that, and that's our recommendation. And I think it's a very reasonable conversation and a starting point. So,
Vice President Hassan.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Vita. The only thing I'll say is that, again, we've been elected to do this job, and the mayor has been elected. And I don't think we should be, I agree, respecting the mayor and working with him, but he should also be working with us too as well. We, as a board of the commissioners, should be representing the best interest of the park board, not worrying about the city of Minneapolis. I mean, obviously, yes, he was elected to represent the whole city of Minneapolis. He should also be representing the best interest of the park board. And I think some of my colleagues, spend more time saying the mayor. Of course, the mayor is a great friend of mine. I like him, he's a good guy. But when it comes to what's good for our kids, what's good for our seniors, the greater good for the people of Minneapolis should be the best interest of everyone that's sitting in this days. Not worried about what the mayor is going to think about it. Obviously, we have to show that this is very important. It's very important to me that we found resources where we're missing. The kids in Cedar Riverside, the kids in East Phillips, South Minneapolis, do deserve programs that work for them. I mean, we can't repeat the whole night, the mayor, yes, he's a great guy, but he's also has to represent the whole city of Minneapolis, every kid. The kids in my neighborhood are also the kids that he represents them. The only thing I'll say is that, yes, we do need resources. Now, I've asked this last year, and we've been told that, okay, give us another year. I'm not gonna say who said, no, that's not, well, the only thing I'll say is that I'm very passionate about this, and our kids and the seniors of Cedar Riverside in my neighborhood, my district, do deserve our resources. I've asked this before, I'm asking right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hassan. I just want to say again that a vote for supporting the proposed levy is not a vote against Minneapolis youth. This levy is not just about youth recreation. There are a lot of things that are encompassed in the levy that is being proposed tonight. So I want to just that whole notion that you're voting against youth and recreation is ridiculous to me. There are other things that are factored into this levy increase, and yes, a part of it is youth and potentially senior recreation, but that is not all of it. Is there, Commissioner French, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to add that I'm probably beating a dead horse or something like that. When we got elected, a lot of us ran on making this city better for youth. This city has seen a rash of violence. This city has seen, we just got through talking about the issues that's going on at Farview Park, and now we're having this debate about whether we should, as a park board, ask for more resources to deal with some of these issues that we have, right? I mean, the park board has a unique situation in this city. The city doesn't have it where their job is to make sure that our kids are doing well. That's our job, and that's our responsibility. So it's our job and our responsibility to go to the entities, whether it be the BET or the mayor, to ask for what we need, not what we think that the people will pay us or pay property tax, but what we need, what we actually need to make the youth in this city successful. Whether that be job programming, whether that be staff at a park at night that's having some problems. We shouldn't have to beg, borrow, and steal to make our park system work properly. The state gave us a mandate as a park, as an institution, to ask for a certain amount of money. If we don't get it, we don't get it. But let's not start off in a deficit. Let's ask for what we need. Let's give what we need, and let's take care of the kids and the youth of the city. I do believe everything that I do here and this, as a park commissioner, has to do with our youth. And let's make it happen. Let's ask for the resources that we actually need, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Any abstentions? The amendment passes. Oh, what happened? So the full all those in favor of Resolution 2019-312 with the, as amended, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Any abstentions? The motion passes. Okay, can somebody please read?
I'll move resolution 2019-313, a resolution suspending board naming procedures and approving and renaming Carl W. Croning Interpretive Center to become the Carl W. Croning Nature Center and to be commonly known as the Croning Nature Center.
Do we need a presentation on this? Any discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2019-313, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Oh, the motion passes. Okay.
I'll move resolution 2019-314, resolution banning single-use plastics in citywide events conducted or permitted in the Minneapolis Park and Recreation System for permit requests that occur after April 1st, 2020 with health and safety exceptions for emergency response and water quality issues.
Any discussion? Commissioner French.
I asked a question last time when this came up about is there any contingencies for small vendors, and I want to make sure we're not hurting small vendors by putting undue regulations on certain vendors. I'm all for this ban, but I want to make sure that we're not hurting certain groups who are sometimes when you got a business, you're just trying to squeak it by, and this could be the one issue that makes you not successful. So I'm just trying to figure out what we have we done to make sure our, either our new vendors, new business folks aren't being harmed by this.
Chair Vita, Commissioner French, the current resolution does not provide any specific provisions for small vendors as it's written. Now, you could amend it to provide some level of provision for that. It could look a couple of different things. It could look as something as a phased rollout for small vendors or those who indicate some type of financial hardship of being able to come on to it. It could look at requesting that we put forward some type of a budget request to help supplement those things. So it could look a couple of different things, but if you wanted to put that forward, I would say to add an amendment that would ask for staff to bring forward recommendations at the full board for small vendor considerations.
Yes, I would
Thank
like
you.
to do that.
Okay. Commissioner Forney?
Denise, thank you. I'm not on this committee, Chair Vital, but the constituent response that I've gotten has been around straws, and if there is anything that we can put in straws on request, because there are medical issues around that. And I can't remember if that was specified in there, but it is something that I think that we should consider.
Chair Vita, Commissioner Forney. I have inadvertently turned it off. The current action as recommended includes health and safety exceptions for emergency response or water quality issues. It does not specifically provide for accessibility or disability accommodations. So I would suggest that commissioners amend to also include accommodations for disabilities.
I'm not on this committee, and so I'll just raise that as an issue.
I would support that amendment. I would definitely support an amendment that would include accessibility for certain groups of folks who can't drink.
If you make it, but I would also suggest that before it goes back to the full board, we can include amendments also. But you can make it now if you like.
I'd like to seek an amendment that would, actually, I want two amendments. One would be to figure out how to alleviate the financial hardship for small vendors, and the second one would be to allow exceptions for folks who have disabilities, people who can't drink out of a regular cup because of muscle issues or anything like that. Yeah, I want to make that happen.
Okay, I'm going to just go grab my
Yeah.
folder and bring it up here so that I can collect votes at the same time. So just one second.
Okay.
She's so good job.
Any discussion on those amendments, those proposed amendments? Commissioner Cogill?
Thank you, Chair Vita. I appreciate Commissioner French's amendments and concerns on both of these issues. I think they're important. I would be hard pressed to see a situation where we're providing straws in our events, but certainly the issue around thinking diligently about small vendors is really important. I'd also say that there are a lot of alternative straw uses that aren't plastic, and that is one of the hopes. And a lot of cities have already banned straws, plastic straws, generally speaking. But if generally the board is concerned about both of those issues, I'm amenable to both of those amendments.
Commissioner Severson?
Thank you, Chair Vita. I can definitely get behind paper straws. I'm struggling grasping the plastic straws. So I'd like to figure out a way, if you're interested in amending that to having paper straws available, I'd be highly interested in that.
Commissioner Forney?
I'm not an expert on this at all, but I do understand that paper straws are not necessarily compatible with all people who have
Medical
difficulty.
need.
Yeah, medical, whatever it might be. Anyway, so I understand, I agree with you 100%, but I need to understand that there are people out there that paper straws will not be an aid for them.
I too have concerns about paper straws because I've had a lot of feedback since we've started discussing the single-use plastic. So I'm not sure if paper straws are going to be a good alternative. So I would rather find out first before I supported an amendment that included paper straws. And also, I am concerned about small businesses, and I'm also concerned about people having the opportunity to weigh in on the decision that we're making around single-use plastics. We've had a good amount of time discussing this, but I've also got concern from people that it just came out of nowhere, and they wanted a little more additional time to discuss concerns with commissioners about the ban of single-use plastics. I am supportive of banning them. So to Commissioner French's first amendment to, no, he doesn't want to speak. Did you want to speak to the amendment? Oh, the amendment, I'm sorry, I thought you were.
Can you repeat the language of the amendment? Because I had my own language for it, but I don't.
He had his light on before the amendment.
What is the language of it?
So I would like for the park board to figure out either to roll out in stages, so folks can have time to actually get the products that they need, and they can communicate that to the board when they're getting their applications to be vendors, and they can probably state where they're at as far as the plastic plan and work with those guys. And the second one is to have some type of what's the word I'm looking for? A way for folks to bypass the rule if they have some type of special needs. If they need to use a straw, I worked with kids for a long time who couldn't drink out of regular cups. The straws were the only way they could drink. So I don't want the vendors to be penalized for providing straws for these folks.
Okay, so.
But that doesn't, give the language. So I'm not on this committee, but I was going to propose the actual language and where to put it.
Could you
Feel free,
please?
Chris.
Okay, so this would go after the whereas clause that lists the various things that are not allowed, single-use plastic cutlery, et cetera. So a new whereas clause would be inserted that says, whereas vendors may distribute plastic straws to people with disabilities upon request.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So all those in favor?
Someone else has to move that.
Right.
So
You should go ahead.
I would like to, can I see that, Chris? Can I see your language?
Just say you move it.
Just move it.
I'd like to move Chris's suggestion of amendment.
All those in favor of the amended agenda, the amended resolution, please signify by saying. Amendment to the resolution, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions, the amendment passes. Okay, now you had another one.
So the second amendment was to make it not such a financial burden or hardship on smaller vendors who may not be ready for the rollout of no single-use plastic items. So how would you word that, Commissioner Meyer?
He doesn't have anything for you this time around. I've already asked him. He wasn't ready for that one. Commissioner Musich, are you going to help Commissioner French?
So I was going to suggest that Commissioner French, you may want to work with staff on the appropriate wording of what you're looking for so that they have an opportunity to look at other policies that we've rolled out in the past that have similar language to determine something that achieves what you're pushing for in a way that doesn't have us writing policy at the dais.
Bingo.
So
and
Jennifer,
we can bring that
me and you
before
will
the
talk.
full board, Commissioner. Okay, so
Thank you.
we're moving on.
Yep, you're welcome.
So all those in favor of Resolution 2019? What?
That's more discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just forgetting you. Okay, come on with the discussion. Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Chair Vita. I appreciate it because I'm not on the committee, but I do care a lot about the issue. So I wanted to give notice to the board that I was going to propose 3 different subject issues for consideration at the full board meeting, one of which we already took care of with the straws. Another one that I wanted to have some discussion about at the full board meeting, I wanted to add a specific provision that restricts park board funds from being used for plastic water bottles in areas where we already have drinking fountains available. That isn't in the scope of this resolution as written because it only applies to events. So I wanted to expand it so that it applies to, when we have our committees of the whole or police academy, other places where I've seen it. I know that we've already made those changes, but I'd like to have it in policy so that it outlasts us. And then the third issue for discussion at the next board meeting regards whether we should make an exemption for number one plastic bottles, which is what most plastic bottles are made out of. What I basically want to know, and I've asked staff to help me research this, is to provide some analysis about the different trade-offs between plastic bottles and aluminum, because if we ban the plastic bottles, then people are still going to be purchasing drinks with aluminum, and aluminum has a lot of downsides as well from bauxite mining. I've been told that it probably has a higher carbon pollution footprint than the plastic bottles do. So the big questions that I have, like one of the reasons that I generally support restricting plastics more than other things is because when they degrade, they get into our ecosystem. And I've reached out to Clean Water Action, Sierra Club, and some other organizations, and I'm trying to get some information about what happens to the number one plastics when they degrade. That's going to be the key determining factor for me is, finding out when they degrade, are they contributing to the microplastics problem? That's something where I wasn't able to get a clear answer by looking it up myself. So I don't know where I stand on that question as yet, but I've asked staff to do some further research and to tell us more about it at the next board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. So all those in favor of Resolution 2019-314 as amended, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? The motion passes. I would ask for a motion to dismiss.
Adjourn.
To adjourn, I'm sorry. A motion to adjourn. All those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? We are adjourned. Thank you.
I'd like to call the Planning Committee to order. I'm talking very slowly to make sure the secretary is ready to call the roll. She's doing lots of different hats tonight.
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Commissioner Meyer.
Present.
Commissioner Vital.
Present.
Vice Chair Cogill.
Present.
Chair Forney.
Here. I'll take a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. I'll take a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, August 21st, 2019. All those in...
Aye.
Did somebody say?
Yes, I did.
Thank you, okay, sorry. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. We have a few action items here. If somebody would move the first resolution, please.
I'd like to move Resolution 2019-315, a resolution approving a modified easement agreement with Xcel Energy that relies and reduces an existing utility easement around near the Longfellow House within Minnehaha Regional Park.
Anybody wish to have a presentation? Christine is sitting there anxiously waiting to present. Is anybody interested in hearing about this?
Sorry, Christine.
Is it pretty clear to everyone? Yes. Okay. Sorry, Christine. All those in favor then of the resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, the resolution is moved. Okay, another resolution, if somebody would please read that, I'd appreciate it.
I'll move Resolution 2019-316, a resolution concurring with the determination of temporary occupancy of parkland at Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park under Section 4F of the Transportation Act of 1966 related to the Minnesota Department of Transportation project to rehabilitate the 3rd Avenue Bridge.
Once again, we have staff sitting there eagerly waiting to make a presentation. Anybody care to have a presentation or have any questions regarding it?
Yes, I would like a brief rundown of what's
Okay,
happening.
so it's either Clifford, oh, it's Michael. Yahoo!
Chair Forney, there's plenty of reason for me to be up here tonight beyond just this single amendment. This single resolution. Chair Forney, I will try and make this relatively brief, but I want to make certain that as we look at this, that you understand the implications, because it does deal with introduction of a use for a temporary way over parkland. We've summarized some of the key points here, and I can go back and answer questions, but the bigger questions might relate directly to the lands that are being occupied. And I'll walk through this, and then if there are questions that I can't answer, Christian Holbrook from MnDOT has also been here tonight and might be able to answer other questions. So this has to do with Section 4F. This is a provision of the Transportation Act of 1966 that provides a way of protecting parklands and historic properties from the impacts of any project that has federal funding attached to it. We're being asked to concur with the findings that this would be a use of parkland that would be considered a temporary occupation. When we look at how lands could be impacted by transportation projects or parklands, there's basically three ways. One is permanent incorporation, where there's essentially a taking of parkland to accommodate the land. It's a direct acquisition. There's the temporary occupancy, which means the lands are essentially returned after that temporary occupancy to the same condition as they were before the transportation project started. and there's something called constructive use, which is a substantial impairment of a parkland, even though the project may not be on parkland. This is a temporary occupancy. So what's happening in this case along the 3rd Avenue Bridge crossing the Mississippi River is that MnDOT needs certain lands to be able to construct certain aspects of the bridge. And so during that time, there will be either parkway or trail closures of limited duration that will impact upon parklands. When those periods are completed, the parklands will be restored to their original condition. So when we look at it, these are the areas that are impacted on the westerly or the downtown side of the bank. It's essentially an area that's very close to either side of the bridge. But what's important is that the trail facility and the parkway will be impacted during that time. They note here that will be some tree pruning and other things to provide clearance, and the similar diagram from the easterly side of the river shows the similar kinds of places where MnDOT would be occupying lands. So the project would happen for about a year, starting in spring of 2020. I'm sorry, for 3 years, and ending in summer of 2023. But the closure of trails and the impacts with parkland would be for only a limited portion of that amount of time.
Commissioner Forney, you have a question.
Commissioner
I
Forney,
apologize.
I have a quick question.
Okay, so
Thank you.
Commissioner Cogill, I apologize.
Thank you, Chair Forney.
Preoccupied there.
So I think I've asked this before. It doesn't look, you said tree pruning. It looks from the lines like you're taking a tree down, like the line covers a tree, or we're not taking any trees down. Is that clearly the case?
Chair Forney, Commissioner Cogill, I think maybe what I ought to do is bring Christian Holberg up here so he could explain a little more detail about what exactly will be going on. That might help answer some of the questions.
Okay, thank you.
Christian, thank you for staying so late.
Well, thank you for providing me the opportunity. So, to answer your question, Commissioner, as we see here on the diagram, right, there's a shadow of a tree that extends into this area in pink. We are not going to be taking any of the large cottonwoods. There's some volunteer growth, scrub growth along the shoreline here that we would need to do some clearing there. But we're doing our very best to avoid impacts to vegetation. So we do have some pruning. We don't have any large trees on parkland that we're anticipating taking. But this area here of vegetation, we have some clearing of that scrub growth, and we can certainly work with staff to figure out how to revegetate that appropriately.
Right, okay, great. Then that would be I guess my point is just that we would be replacing or enhancing even what is coming back, even if it is scrub growth, that we're not leaving just a patch of dirt. So, but thank you. Yeah, appreciate it.
Any other questions? My assumption is that if there's any closures, we're going to be giving quite a bit of advance notice for people to know that this is coming up and everything. So I assume that, but just wanted to affirm it. Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions and everything, all those in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. I'll take a motion then to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? We're adjourned. I think we're supposed to go back to the full board.
And when we don't have our president or vice president to run our full board meeting, who can run the meeting?
We have to go.
Yeah.
Oh,
there he is.
Well, he made it.
Are we reconvening? I would reconvene the regular meeting of the Minneapolis Park Board and go to Chair Vita.
I'd like to move Resolution 2019-312, a resolution requesting the Board of Estimate Taxation set the maximum property tax levy for the 2020 budget at an estimated amount of $71,040,000 and an increase of 8.6% to be allocated to the Park and Recreation levy in the amount of $69,164, and the tree preservation and reforestation levy in the amount of $1,876,000.
Before I take a
I'm sorry.
second,
Yes.
it was at 8.06%?
Yes.
Okay. So the resolution has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion on the resolution? Commissioner Musich.
I'd like to propose an alternate resolution. Passing a copy down to my colleagues. That alternate resolution is a resolution requesting that the Board of Estimate and Taxation set the maximum property tax levy for the 2020 budget at an estimated amount of $69,506,000, an increase of 5.73% to be allocated to the Park and Recreation levy in the amount of $67,630,000, and at the tree preservation and reforestation levy in the amount of $1,876,000. Thank you, Commissioner Forney. I've updated all the language in here. It's not redlined. I apologize for that. I believe there may be a redlined version that covers this, that could be distributed in place of this.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. There's been a substitute motion made and a second. Is there discussion on the substitute motion, Commissioner Musich?
Thank you, President Bourne. So Commissioner Vita said this very well, that property taxes are a regressive tax, and the people that we are trying to help are the ones we are likely to harm the most by continuing to increase property taxes to serve them better. I'm fully in support of us finding a way to fund a grant writer. It's an excellent opportunity for us to bring in the monies we are trying to bring in. So hopefully that'll be part of our budget that we see from the superintendent, and I would request that there be a roll call on this vote.
Is there any further discussion on the substitute motion, Commissioner French?
I think we've had discussion. I will not be supporting the substitute motion. I really believe that we have set the tone. We've already told people that this is what we want for our youth, and going out getting grants should be something that you do on top of what you do. It's about $6 per household we're talking about. And if we put that out there and just let people know it's about $6 per household to invest in the youth of our city, I don't think it's a lot of money. So I won't be supporting this.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Forney to the amendment, or to the substitute motion.
Commissioner Cogill.
Excuse me, Commissioner Cogill, followed by Forney.
Thank you, President Bourne. I just will echo what I said in committee. I do appreciate the mayor's recommended budget, but I do want to reflect the values that this board has worked on for a substantial amount of time, and bringing this forward was not a light task. It wasn't as though we're just whimsically bringing forward these requests. These are based upon our experience and need and the requests of our constituents' dire needs for the youth of our city. And I believe that needs to be reflected in the citywide debate about how we should fund that. And I don't think that it can wait and be pushed off as a discussion item. And it is my hope that this continues to bring these particular investment opportunities to the forefront of all discussions wherever we're trying to get money, including right here.
Thank you, Commissioner Cogill. Commissioner Forney, followed by Vice President Hassan.
I will be supporting this amendment. I believe that during our budget discussions, I spoke very clearly about taxing our community. Unfortunately, renters are the ones who are probably impacted the most because they don't see the tax bill. It's passed on through their landlords to them, and that's not reflective of the values, I believe, of this board, that we want to be penalizing people who need the services the most. And I do believe that there's alternative ways that we can be doing this. I do not feel that this is a vote for or against youth or seniors. I disagree with that line of thinking and support wholeheartedly Commissioner Vito's request for grant writers. We need to be thinking more creatively about how we leverage funds beyond property taxes. That, it's been articulated over and over again. It is a regressive tax. And in real estate, I understand that. The people who we think are paying the lion's share of this are the people who can afford it more than anybody else. But it's the people who can't afford are really being impacted severely. We talk about affordable housing. This does not support that viewpoint. I will be voting to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Vice President Hassan.
Thank you, President Bourne. I will be voting against this this resolution. And again, I think this is about, if it's not about youth, if it's not about seniors, I think it's about our staff that work. I was just going to a Facebook post about a Stewart Park not having air conditioning this year. It's those kind of stuff that needs to be invested in. I mean, you can protect about the city, about the mayor, and how it's, we should be listening to them. And I think we should be doing what's right as the commissioners. I just right, I was checking the Facebook post about how people complain about Stewart Park and not having air conditioning. Just right now, right after I step outside. It's those kind of issues, those kind of things that we need. And Commissioner Severson was talking about earlier too, how we need to be taking care of our buildings. I'll start by paying taxes to the city too. And they do deserve a safe place. Our youth deserve a safe place, a place that they can come and enjoy. And that's what the mayor's priority should be. And that's what the commissioners of this board should be priorities be. I know some of you are house owners. I know, I mean, you care about the tax that you be charged, but I think we should put in the best interest of our kids. And I will be voting against again this issue.
Thank you, Vice President Hassan. Is there any further discussion on Commissioner Musich's substitute motion to lower the levy request to 5.73? Seeing no further discussion, Commissioner Musich had requested a roll call on her substitute resolution. Vice President Hassan.
Do I still have to make one comment?
For the second time, extremely briefly. Yes.
Well, I'll be brief again. And some of you, I know my colleagues also know Commons Park have costed us so many. I mean, Councilor Rice, can you talk a little about Common Park?
Downtown Commons?
Yes.
Downtown East?
Yes. Can you talk a little bit how much, what?
$750,000, I believe, is the operating cost.
That's how much it's going to cost us,
Yes.
the park.
The Vice President Hassan, I may be able to help answer that question. Earlier in the presentation, the mayor is committing to a one-time fund for next year, $750 in operating, but nothing for programming the park, but only for maintenance. I think that might be what you're referring to.
Yes. And I think that's the kind of stuff that we should be looking into. Of course, we try to protect, find a ways to work with the city, the mayor, but I think we should be looking at the cost. We want people to have programs in the park. And the only thing we can do is that we have to find resources. Of course, I get it, some of my colleagues believe that we should find, grant writers and all this, but I think it's a great idea. We should be coming up with this a long time ago too. But please, let's do whatever we can to defend the youth and seniors. And if not, if you think that it's not about youth, it's not about seniors, our staff, our kids that come into these buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Hassan. Seeing no further discussion on the Musich substitution, if the Secretary would please take the roll.
Commissioner Vital. Aye. Commissioner French.
No.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Cogill.
No.
Commissioner Severson.
No.
Commissioner Meyer.
No.
Vice President Hassan.
No.
President Bourne.
No.
You have 3 ayes, 6 nays.
The substitution fails. Is there any further discussion on the main motion 2019-312? Seeing none, I would also ask the secretary to take a roll.
Commissioner Vita. No. Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
No.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Sorry, President
That's okay.
Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
No.
Commissioner Cogill.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Vice President Hassan.
Strong aye.
You have 6 ayes, 3 nays.
The motion passes with a 2/3 majority. I'll move to petitions and communications, starting with Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Bourne. This weekend is the Monarch Festival, so thankfully we moved the location so it's no longer in the field where it used to be that's totally underwater and has been all year. It's now up on the hill next to the rec center, and it is super a lot of fun. I recommend everyone don their butterfly wings and bike on over. There is a bike parking corral, face painting, all sorts of awesome other butterfly-related art events. Typically, the butterflies run out because the children get to release them, but you could be lucky and get to help a child release a monarch butterfly, or you'll get to see them in your yard. It's been a better year for the monarchs than it has been in the previous couple of years, but they're really still struggling. So if you have an opportunity, please plant pollinator forage plants in your yard. They would really appreciate it. I had another thing I was going to talk about that I've now forgotten, so I will now pass the torch.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, Chair Bourne. Violence appears to be a continued issue at Falwell Park. I'm hopeful that our staff can come up with some solutions and partner with the community and other elected bodies to help address some of these issues. I truly hope we're considering the teens and children that may be involved in the youth violence as part of the solution and not just looking at them as the problem. Weber Pool, and all the pools, particularly in North Minneapolis, because I followed them pretty close. Kudos to Jeremy Barrett for holding it down this year and keeping my emails to a minimum. So thank you for that, and all the other staff who are working hard on that. Really excited that North Minneapolis showed up tonight and came to the park where we don't see that too often. So I thank them for showing up and stating their piece and struggles about Falwell Park and what they want to see to help improve it. Last but not least, I just want to put out there that I hope that someone will start talking about Minneapolis hockey and all the emails that I'm receiving, because I know everybody's receiving them. And I've reached out to quite a few people who have sent the emails and they have heard absolutely nothing. So I hope that some of you will reach out and start having a conversation because they are too taxpayers and they are too the only single team left in Minneapolis that I believe we should be supporting. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Forney.
On that note, I believe that a great deal of the hockey emails that everybody is getting relates to the Southwest Service Area Master Plan, and I believe next Wednesday there will be one more meeting, and I believe that one of the things that will be addressed is parade. So I would encourage people to spread the word that they can still weigh in on things. That's from 6 to 8 at Kenwood.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner French.
I guess I have a couple questions, either for Secretary Ringo or Council Rice, about our harvesting of wild fruit that's growing in our parks. When we passed our community garden ordinance last year, didn't it say it was okay to forage for fruit inside of our parks? What's the law on that?
Commissioner French and Secretary Ringgold, do you have that information at the top of your head, or can we defer that?
I know the answer to this question.
The Commissioner Musich?
Yeah.
Thank you. The rule we changed was that it's in designated fruit forage areas. So places that we've designated as places to harvest are places that people can do that. So there's a map that lays out where we've planted fruit trees and nut trees and shrubs that are meant to provide urban forage.
So there's
And
no.
it's for personal use,
Yep,
correct?
for personal
Yeah.
use.
Personal use.
So there's no signage where, so if there's a tree right there, there's no signage that says it's okay to pick this fruit or it's okay not to pick this fruit. And the only reason I'm asking this is because I got a phone call from a Native woman who was out foraging for plums with her young daughter because they were going to make some type of a Native dish, and she was teaching her daughter how to make this dish, and she was out foraging for plums that she said were already rotten and basically falling off the trees anyway. And a Park Patrol officer came to her and told her she had to discontinue picking some fruit that was going to fall off the trees. And I want to know, is that okay? Even if it was okay, even if it was, why are we?
So there's signage where there's gardens, community gardens, and there's signage where there's community orchards. Trees that are planted within the landscape, I believe, are only designated on the online map. And I would have to ask Chief Ohado, but he's not here, what training
I
park staff does
guess
on
I
that.
would try to figure. I'm kind of frustrated a little bit about the fact that if I'm thinking about some 10-year-old kid who's in some park or something and say, "Hey man, there's some plums on the tree." I'm going to smash that right quick, and then I'm thinking that some patrol officer or park patrol police may come over and use that as a way to mess with that kid. Now this lady, she was old enough and she just carried on and went about her business. But I want to make sure that we're not harassing folks for picking a plum or something out of a tree. And if that's the case, then we need to have some signs that says it's not okay to pick plums here or pick whatever we need to pick here. And not because I don't think people are lazy and don't want to go online. I just don't think that's when people are out in the parks and hanging out, they're not going to stay home. Let me go look online to see if it's okay for me to pick this plum in this tree. That's just not how people work. So I just want our park patrol and our park police to be a little bit more understanding, especially when it comes to Native folks who are foraging in our city. And I got one more complaint, and that complaint is about the Twin City Reunion, which Minneapolis Park Board last year partnered up with. It was very successful. There's over 3,000 people at Boom Island listening to a national recording act. That plan, the plan this year was for that to be a bigger event. Commissioner Severson talked earlier about how there's only one event over the north side. This was an event that 4 or 5 young ladies from Atlanta who were actually from Minnesota, from Northside Minneapolis, put this event together. And I don't believe that the park board supported this event like they could have supported it. I mean, it was, I don't know if it got caught up in the bureaucracy between being in the rec department or the community engagement department. But Sunday, when the event took over, it was less than 1,500 people there. And we missed a huge opportunity to reach out to folks, not only in North Minneapolis, but Northeast Minneapolis, and folks from across the city to come in and see what our parks are like at Boom Island and see different groups of people in our parks, and that's just a normal. So I'm really disappointed that I didn't find out about this until 2 weeks until it was time for it to take place. So we didn't have the opportunity to actually go out and look for money and look for the resources that we need to make this successful. This could have been a great event, and I want to make sure next year that we're looking forward to next year to make. And we talked about Juneteenth. Let's have 2 great events on the north side. Let's not just limit it to 1. Let's make it 2. Let's make it 3. But I really want to make sure that next year this event, it has priority, just like a lot of other priorities have in our park system. If we got 9 over south or another place in the city, we can have 2 over north or northeast. Sorry for complaining. I had to get off my chest. Sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner French. I'll work with the superintendent. There might be some relevant things to bring forward through one of our committees on some policy study reports and potential revisions on some of that, but thank you for the communication as well. Commissioner Cogill.
Pass.
Commissioner Meyer.
I want to invite everyone to the Sunrise on the Mississippi tomorrow. It's 7:30 to 9 a.m. tomorrow at Boom Island. What's that?
Nothing. Nothing. Continue.
Oh, okay. Also wanted to make a comment, just to put on the record about the tailgating situation at East River Flats. I had lots of emails about that, as I'm sure a lot of you did. You know, I support staff's decision to allow for the tailgating to happen again this year because of the lack of notice. But you know, I think in the future, I hope that they're able to find other locations for tailgaters to go to, because I don't feel it's a good idea to turn our parks into parking lots. And you know, this is going to be a growing problem for the University of Minnesota, because a lot of the parking lots that they're using around the stadium, there are plans to develop them. So one thing that I hope that the University of Minnesota will look at, and maybe our park staff can help with as they're guiding alternative locations, is to consider doing an open streets event, at least during the times when the games are at the same time as the state fair, because there's just not enough space right now, and that's something that they could do to make the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Vita.
Pass.
Vice President Hassan.
Pass.
I will also pass. Seeing no further business, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions, we are adjourned.